Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Everybody to the Bearded Brawls EU 1v1, sponsored by the good folks at BMG. And we're going to get into this top 8. It's your boy ZipMasterFlex, and I'm here with Eagle. What's happening with you, Eagle? Yeah, Eagle, I'm not hearing you right now. It's unfortunate. But either way it goes, I'm sure you said some beautiful things about this top 8 coming up. You know what I'm saying? I know we're gonna have some really good players coming into this bad boy. Machete is one that we're gonna see. Munir is one of my favorites that have arisen over the last year. So I've been enjoying their gameplay for sure. Definitely Marker coming up. The Kingdom boys are always gonna show out. We got Sema. So this top 8 is gonna be looking pretty good, already fleshed out. Down there on the lower side, they're still trying to get themselves caught up to the top 8, but we got some banger matches coming up. Shout out to Slow Motion as always for throwing these events, man. Eagle's over there messing with his stuff, trying to get his audio together. Go speak to me. Let me see if I can catch you. No, still not getting nothing, but it's all good folks out there. I hope y'all all having a wonderful Sunday afternoon. And, this is EU. I don't know if you guys much care for American football, but I hope you guys are ready to see that Super Bowl later on this afternoon. You know what I mean? I'm definitely excited for that, but right now it is Brawlhalla time. Characters, I say this every time I cast. I am looking for character diversity. You guys can't see what I'm seeing. I see in this lobby right now, somebody has clicked on a very diverse character. A character that we don't see very, very often. There's only one player that plays this character. I'm not going to tell you who it is, who the character is, because if it ends up not being that character, it's just going to pull the steam out of you. You know what I'm saying? But either way, this is going to be some good stuff. I'm super excited. There's so much stuff going on in the Brawlhalla community as of late. The new way that esports is set up, man, is awesome. This Bearded Brawls and Moose Wars and things like that are really going to get their shine and be able to bring you guys the same kind of action they've already been bringing you. You know what I mean? They were already doing big things for the community, but now they're getting that extra funding, that extra big spots. You know what I'm saying? We got the Hot Pockets thing going on with Moose Wars, and everybody's they're all getting a chance to really be that big piece of the scene, which is beautiful to see. You don't see it in many games. It's really, really awesome to see that. Where we at, Slow? What we got going on? I'm tapping into production, everybody.
Hello.
Right on. All right, so yeah, everybody, just a little update for you. Right now, everything is in technology does not go perfect, right? So we're trying to let him. Yeah, there he goes. He popped back up. He's restarting his computer. He's trying to make sure he can get all his stuff working again, get his audio queued in for you guys. But we're going to be having our first match coming up here in a little bit. It's going to be Machete versus Sema, right? So this is going to be a good one. Got one of the Kingdom players versus the unsponsored Machete. And in EU, for me personally, Machete has always been one of my favorites to see in this scene. Dude's an absolute monster in the ones and the twos, right? So, but to see him up here on the winner side, it's gonna be some good stuff. If I'm not mistaken, I did the Bearded Brawls last month, and I can't remember. I feel like he was. Did he win? Machete won, right? What was it? Bamya won. Okay. I feel like Machete had a great run. I know he was doing something last time.
I think I'm in now.
Oh, I hear him.
Yes, sir. I should be here.
The ghost of Brawlhalla passed. I can hear him speaking.
My microphone knocked itself out. Sorry for that inconvenience. Short technical issues. I'm here now. Maybe my stuff was a little bit messed up because I was gone for the weekend. I was over in Hamburg at the Brawl Bay LAN casting that for 9 hours yesterday, and now we're here. Now we're here for the Brawl, for the Bearded Brawls, DarkHeart, I believe. Yes, DarkHeart.
Yes, sir.
Who we got? Who we got, Zip?
It's Machete versus Simo. That's going to be our first match up on the docket. So it's going to be like, it's literally going to open up with a match that could be grand finals. Like, this is going to be an amazing match.
What do you know about Sima?
I'm not going to act like I'm the most well versed. You're the EU man, right here.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? You got to break it down for the people out there. You got the lore.
Okay. Sima, greatsword player. I believe he peaked minimum above 2,700. Definitely gonna be playing a lot of Jae-yun here, I believe. He is part of Kingdom, so there's definitely some potential that people saw in him. I do not believe that he has PR yet because he hasn't participated in many tournaments yet. So maybe him being here in that top 8 today on the winner's side is a sign that he might start popping off starting from Winters, participating in that esports scene and really be one of those new rising stars potentially. Obviously, Machete.
Why does every greatsword player? You know what? I know the answer to this, but I wish every greatsword player didn't just play Jae-yun. Give me some more greatsword.
I mean, I got to cast Skeldra yesterday, obviously one of the most well-known greatsword players in Europe. He mainly played Jae-yun as well, but he did play quite a bit of Magyar yesterday. And I believe, the one reason they go for Jae-yun is the amazing signature set that he has and the great knockout potential. But if you need to you notice you're going down too fast, then Magyar is always a very viable pick, I feel like. So we might be seeing some Magyar from someone here and there. I
would love that. Magyar is one of my favorite characters. He's super cool to me. I mean, he's a ghost suit of armor. Like he's so cool. But like you said, his defensive stat is very, very helpful, especially if like you said, if you're getting pieced up and you're losing neutral a lot, and you just need that little extra time to be on the board. He's a good pick. You're definitely going to make sure that you have a hammer, because if you get stuck on hammer and you're not well versed with the hammer, going into a lot of these weapons, you know what I'm saying, you got to have a pretty strong hammer, because I don't think it does amazing against a pretty good bit of weapons in the game. So that's going to shy people away from playing Magyar, and they're going to try to stay on the greatsword most of the match anyway. Anybody that plays greatsword tends to just lean onto the greatsword and not really play their secondary 100%. Weapon. But with Jae-yun, they have sword, and most players, if not all, at the highest level, know how to play sword. So that's another easy reason to pick Jae-yun over the other characters.
Almost definitely. I mean, sword is just one of the more basic, strong neutral weapons. Easy to pick up, hard to master, as I like to call it. The options and everything, quick, short range, all up close and personal. You got that potential to just mess someone up from that close range. But to really master that, get that spacing down, know when you can use what and how to utilize that in every situation on the field, that is an entirely different question. And I say this with every weapon that seems simple at first. It is a whole nother thing to master your area. And I feel like Sima might be showing us how far he's gone into that area, or if he's going to be purely sticking to the greatsword.
We are going to find out. I mean, I was talking to Hardy yesterday, and I heard him speaking a little bit on having a hard time getting kills, right? Getting the KOs in this game is one of the hardest things, right? You can win neutral, you can get the damage. Getting the KO is difficult, and I think the greatsword, now that people understand how to defend against it a little bit better, it's really, really difficult to get the KO with that weapon. Oh my gosh! If he would have committed to that ground pound, that could have been huge.
Yes, sir. I know, Machete looking very good on the cannon here. So you were talking about that greatsword, but look at this cannon just getting up there in the damage real quick, hitting some big moves now. Going onto the guitars, looking like he's gonna try to get on top of Sima here, not fully able to get that engage going, but the sidelight doesn't connect. Now sidelight from... Oh, Machete going in with the start here, but now Seema getting that stage control, knocks Machete into disadvantage state, knocks him towards the corner, and now this is something that Greatsword players almost always do. They take center stage, and they force you towards that corner. They force you towards that disadvantage state.
The confidence on that whip punish. He had the spacing perfect on the side stick from Jaehyun, and he punished him immediately. That was so clean. And when I was talking earlier about character diversity, this is exactly what I was talking about, guys. This is the character I was saying I was seeing. Didn't know if Machete was going to go with the Lin Fei, but here he is, and he's cooking up right now. His cannon's looking really nice.
I mean, when is the last time you have seen a Lin Fei, aside from like the Jaeger BCX or Guccibo?
Exactly. Nobody plays this character except for, honestly, to me, it was just Guichibu. But it looks like you have a little bit more knowledge on more players playing this character. Tried to get back over there with the side light. I mean, the Sayer, the recovery is there. He's going to be able to get the stock off. A tied game. A lot of damage here onto this Jaehyun, but let's see what we got cooking here.
Yeah, definitely Machete taking control of the game here. So for Seema, not seemingly too comfortable, but he's getting some bridge moves, some aerials going here. And we talked about Greatsword's ground game a little bit, you know, them taking stage control, but Greatsword's aerials have been buffed multiple times, so they have that strong potential of getting those juggles, and the sider is massive. On an edge guard, if used properly, that will mess you up. And Machete with that end, like Seema kind of out of options there, it doesn't make it back. Machete now priming his weapon. What are we looking at here so far from Seema?
Man, I just want to say is what we're looking at is he's utilizing the recovery a lot from his greatsword, and you saw right there very unfortunate grounded recovery, right? And if you keep doing that option and you get clipped the way that he just did and thrown down to the bottom, he's just losing an option immediately as he gets thrown off the side of the stage. That was rough for him, and we'll see how he adjusts to throwing that tool out too often. Right now, it's not looking good doing that too much. He got a lot of big damage off of him. He's been getting some double recoveries here and there. But if we get clipped, like I just said, it's a bad scene. He's gonna have to get this stock off right here. He's looking for the downlight, trying to get some downlight recovery, and boom, got him. And now we got a tied game, but he ate a lot of damage on the way there. The cannon is giving him a lot of trouble.
Yes, sir. And now Seema really needs a big play here on the greatsword, and that might be it. Oh, he does not connect the 3-piece. Does get the 2 bridge with the startup and the bridge, but does not convert anything, because most of the convertible moves after that are either jumpable or dodgeable. So he tries to go for an inward start right there, and now goes outside, almost knocking Machete out. Now Machete in a bad spot here, disarmed and on the edge. Seema really looking to get that edge guard going. Sadly doesn't get it. Now Machete on the cannon there connects, and that is it. Now I couldn't have told you if that was gonna knock him out or not, because Lin Fei just has such low force that might as well have not knocked out, considering how high the ceiling on Demon Island is as well.
Well, you take a look. He has the extra pip on, and then you also take a look, and he was very, very damaged. Jaehyun doesn't have the greatest defense. He was very highly damaged. I assumed it was going to KO. It was. I mean, he was so close to maroon in the red that almost anything KOs at that point, especially on a character at about mid defense like Jaehyun. But either way, you are right. It's the low attack on the side of Lin Fei, but I mean, the cannon itself is a heavy hitting weapon, so it's,
sure.
it was pretty clear that was gonna get that KO. Now the Qatar's shredding and dicing, but he decides to go back over to the cannon because this has really been his breadwinner here in the set.
And you said earlier, you talked to Hardy MJ, and he said confirming stocks or finishing off stocks is definitely one of his biggest struggles, and I can definitely see that because hitting the bridges and the startups on greatsword can be very easy, but actually landing that finisher, because most of them are jumpable, is incredibly difficult, and you gotta just really get a read on your opponent or land a signature.
Exactly, right? You have to land a signature, or you have to make risky plays like gravity cancel, downlight, you know what I mean? If those whiff, he doesn't touch the head, unfortunate. But if those things whiff, then now they catch you with a expended dodge, things like that. So it just makes it tough to find those final hits with the greatsword. But we were talking about it. Jaehyun has the regular sword, and that weapon has a lot of KO potential. We saw the downlight recovery a moment ago in the last round for his KO. And there we go. He catches the full string with the neutral light ender. He's going to be able to get the KO. And this time, I feel like this is the closest he's kept the health bars after losing the stock and catching up. He's been on orange pretty consistently whenever he gets the stock off. So this time he did a pretty good job finding that final touch. Oh my gosh, the ground pound has been so consistent.
Machete with that premature ground pound there, sadly not able to finish off that amazing play that he just started off. But as you said, Seema has a tendency to go right into the orange as he's now in that kind of light orange. He's dipping his toes in there. Now in that orange for sure after those two nairs. Downlight recovery. Gets him on the offstage. Preston's going for more nairs. Now switches over to the cannon. Definitely more knockout potential there. Downer connects, and that is it for Seema. Now almost a full stock lead for Machete, considering how close they were after Seema took that first stock and evened out the game. That stock didn't go too well for him, and I think something about the gameplay of his Machete has figured out, because he's seemingly getting a lot of reads and winning a lot of neutral engagements here.
He's definitely winning a lot of neutral engagements, but I think the biggest deal is it's the stage, man. Like he has no wiggle room on the side of the stage, and Machete is covering his landings so clean. And then he's able to go off to the side and just land one good blow, maybe a ground pound or down air, and he's getting the KOs, right? So he's not allowing him to play once he gets him off the side. Right now he's winning the neutral engagements over and over. Double recovery! Ooh. Yes, a revolve! The Linde from Machete doing his thing. I love it.
Man, Machete is popping off right now, just not letting Seema breathe. That was a 2-stock right there as well. Seema has no answer for Machete right now, seemingly. And the way I see it, Machete is just dancing around his greatsword, dodging all the options that Seema would usually connect. And I have fought both of these players before personally as well. The last time I fought Seema, I did not have any breathing room. That greatsword felt like it was covering the entire stage, and just the way Machete is moving around his moves, those moves assist and taking stage for himself, just actually baffles me. Like you have to be extremely good at the game to be able to do that to a good greatsword player.
You know, that's very true, man. Like when you go against, you know, you can fight a greatsword that's like kind of your emo level, right? And it's like, okay, I get what to do against this. It's not that bad, right? But when you watch this, it gives a discredit to how good these guys are with the greatsword. If you're a lower tier player and you're going against this, you're not going to be able to play. And Machete's making it look like it's easy to avoid. He just understands the matchup so well. Nice recovery. Coming in from Seema, tried to get that out of there, but still not enough. He's having a really hard time right now. No! Goes for the breakdance, taking him to the dance hall. And he's going to get that first stock off and going back into his greatsword. See if he can rack up some damage and create a lead for himself for the first time in this set.
Yeah, definitely the first lead he's had this set so far, but it's not that big of a lead so far, as he is definitely going to be looking for some damage here, but so far not able to connect anything. As Machete is now on the cannon, looking for a finisher, definitely going to be trying to get either a hard-hitting move or a signature. You know, on the guitars, we definitely needs a signature. Looking for the side sig there, barely picks up from behind. Now evening out the game, he's only a hit ahead right now, but he does not have a weapon as Machete is guarding those, basically giving Machete the advantage state.
Man, immediately tossed away that regular sword. He just doesn't want to use it. He wants to go straight into his greatsword. He knows this is his power weapon, and this is what he's here for. This is why he's playing Jae-Young. Nice reset. Dodge came back. It was a little late. Didn't get to the full 3-piece. Trying to make a little read here. Defense is so good. Oh my gosh, the committal on the ground pound. He makes it back. Able to dodge the dare from Seema.
Interesting gameplay going on here right now. Machete is very committal, trying to go on Seema as hard as possible, while Seema is playing more of a careful game, trying to avoid and punish, which is very hard to do against the, I believe, 9-dex legend like Linde, where the moves just feel like they're flowing into each other. They're just one after the other, which a weapon like Greatsword, if you don't get that initial hit, you just don't get into that flow of the game. It can be incredibly hard if you're just playing for the punish.
Lion, my boy. And that lead that he had the potential to build for himself is just dwindled away, and now the health lead is in the favor of Machete. Seema is just having a rough time in neutral and getting KOs. Oh, you know what? I feel like No, that wouldn't have KO'd. He got the down light, didn't go into the dare, neutral light, and so he couldn't get the KO. Nice weapon toss, saving the day, and there we go. Seema in this lead again. Now he has to rack damage right here. He's losing neutral so often, he has to rack damage right here to give himself some cushion to close this game out, and doesn't get a single touch. The Sair from Machete is going to nullify the lead, and now back to a super even game. And he's going to have to deal with these Katars on his way to find a weapon. Unfortunately. Man, he doesn't want that sword.
So far, I definitely saw things not going Seema's way as much, but I liked what I saw on the sword earlier. A lot more patient, going for those neutralizers, keep himself in the neutral, and it seemed like it was working very well. Maybe it would be a good decision to switch over to the sword, but he has that comfort weapon of the great sword as he goes off stage there, almost running out of options. Down 6 connects. This might be it for Seema. Yes, it is. 3-0 for Machete. Man, Zip, I liked what I was seeing there from Seema for most of the part, but then Machete just came in with a bombshell. I was gonna talk about how maybe Seema was doing pretty good on the sword there, could switch up his gameplay or go for his comfort weapon with the greatsword there, because if you have a close game like this, you kind of can't give your opponent an edge. But Machete just said, you know, I ain't about all that. I'ma just end it right here because I got something cooking up.
Dog, that down sig right there, that was the first time it was represented, and he nailed it. He nailed him right on the head. It cleaned him up, man. It's, you know, when somebody's playing that good with a character, it's rough, especially a underrepresented character. It's like he has all Machete has all the experience against Jae-Yun that he needs. He's been fighting that character forever. On the other hand, at the highest level, where are you getting Lin Fei practice, right? Who are you fighting that's going to give you the practice you need to fight her on the big stage?
That's a very, very niche aspect, because in both Europe and NA, you only have one person each. In NA, you have Gucci that you could play against, and in Europe, you basically only have the Yaegai, which, you know, Yaegai himself, not a bad player, definitely in that top 32 range, but it's not that top 8 level player that you could get that top practice against like Gucci over at NA. So when a top 8 player like Machete himself pulls out a Lin Fei all of a sudden, that's going to be a whole nother thing as well than if you practice against the top 32 player, because that's a massive difference, right? Like, you wouldn't expect it because the placement doesn't sound that different. Like, if you place like 17th or 13th compared to a 5th placer, but there's really a big difference between those two players.
Yeah, the skill level jump is huge when you think about that. It looks a lot closer from the outside looking in than you would think it is, right? You can watch a guy have an amazing run and he gets a 17th place or a top 32. That guy looks amazing, but I'm telling you, if you just sit down and you really analyze the gameplay and you watch them go head to head against a consistent top 3 player, it's so different. It's so different.
Incredible.
And so many of these guys, they know that going into these tournaments. Those guys that are top 32 breakers, they're like, man, they're trying to get to that level, and these tournaments are a good place for them to figure out how much their practice has meant, and are they really getting to where they want to be, and are they going to be able to deal with these guys? Sometimes as a competitor, you know when your run is about to end. Sometimes you just know.
But you got to keep up that good mentality. And one thing I want to mention before we head into this next set, you guys might be seeing it. We have a little countdown there at the bottom right, I believe. You know, this tournament is sponsored by Brawlhalla, by BMG, but this countdown is also related to that, as we are currently doing Battle Pass reveals, and at the end of this countdown, within the next 1.5 hours, Slow Motion has a little something for you, as he will be revealing something about the next Battle Pass as well.
Heck yeah. So you're telling me we got amazing EU 1v1 action, and we get a Battle Pass reveal? Come on.
Hell yeah.
Good day. Yes, sir, Bobby. Come on now. All right.
Yeah.
Talking about some Brawlhalla action. We got Moon-Air. This dude is a monster. I promise. He had a great run at BCX. Has been killing it in the community scene. And they were going up against 34 PR Marker. Now, I do not know anything about Marker.
Marker.
Tell me.
Marker is not to be underestimated because that is his 1v1 PR right there, but I believe he's a lot higher in 2v2 as he has top 8'd in 2v2 before as well. And this guy, I know Pavelski has a big fan base, right? And every Pavelski viewer or every Pavelski fan knows who this guy is because when he was like low diamond and getting up there in the game, getting up to that higher level, he was playing with Pavelski a lot. He really has that Pavelski-related play style that he's adapted and then improved upon it and made it his own, you know? He was molded in something and then created his own thing out of it. And that is really what Marker is all about. He will take you off stage, he will get a strong string, he will be fancy, he will take you to places you've never been to before.
That's my favorite type of player, so I'm excited to see it. And we do have the Mirage with the Scythe, right? So I feel like I've been deprived of Scythe in a high-level play as of late, you know what I mean? Not many people go to it. Sometimes you get it, but a lot of the time I just don't get to see it too often. It's been a lot of spears. Gauntlets are always got their spot, and Axe has really been the shining weapon, right? Tries to go for a dare with that spear, couldn't quite catch. But like you said, he's really going to go out there and really party with you. He's being very aggressive to start this one off, and I like it.
Yes, sir. He's going in a lot. And you say you don't see a lot of Scythe recently, which I totally agree. The current meta is more towards those somewhat slower weapons, towards the spear, towards the axe, towards the hammer recently as well. But someone that pulls out the Scythe, when it happens, they're usually always very good at it. It's always a feast for the eyes.
Nah, for sure. And we have a small lead here for Munir. He was able to catch the punish on that whiffed downlight a moment ago. Marker just was a little bit late, off the mark, if you will. Now he's back with this Scythe, trying to find the KO. Sayer will do it. Clipped him barely on the top of the noggin. We got that little stock off. You know, and this is Slow Motion's original character, that Petra, so I know he's happy over there on the production side watching his character get some shine time from Munir. And he's got the orb in the building, very slept-on weapon. That weapon is actually ridiculous. Nice neutral sig. Petra's a slept-on character in general to me. I think she has a pretty good sig hit. You know what I mean? Like, why? I don't get why we don't see more of her. I mean, there's so many characters. It's like, why do I always say I don't get why? I mean, it's just because there's so much to represent out here in this game, and some stuff is just a little bit stronger than others. Right now, the neutral is strong on the side of both of these players, but Munir is getting tortured by his Scythe. Tries to go out for the Sarah, and the dare will get the job done. Nice job from Marker.
Man, Munir had a very strong lead there early, and all of a sudden Marker picks up that Scythe and got the neutral go. Oh my, the grounded downlight recovery. That's a tough input right there. I can't even do that. But these players are just taking the momentum out of each other's hands. They're like flowing by themselves. It's like when two rivers crash into each other and one just sometimes is stronger than the other, and then the tide goes the other way once again. And right now, that tide is in Marker's way as he's on that side, sending Munir in disadvantage state here. Now on the offstage still, Munir trying to get back, Munir trying to get past Marker, does do it there, controls him with the gauntlets. Now Marker switching over to the spear, but he is in a bad spot here. If Munir confirms this edge guard, then he is in big trouble. Munir in the knockout percentage here, but sends Marker off stage and has him down. We're going to a 1-0 for Munir, and I'm liking what I'm seeing here so far from both players still.
Yeah, I can't say that either one of them were lacking at all. That Scythe from Marker was looking absolutely amazing, but I will tell you right now, I've been saying it for a very long time, and I know that there's been a lot of changes over the time that I've been casting this game. But the gauntlets are an amazing weapon, and it is one of the most terrifying weapons to get put off the side of the stage with, and capitalizing with a very, I think that's not noticed how difficult landing that D-Light ground pound was, especially after utilizing as many resources that he did of all of his jumps. Catching that right there was a gamble, and it was very well placed. So very clean closeout coming out from Munir, and a very tough, hard battle, man. Like, them dudes were boxing, and we're in for more of that going into game number 2.
Yeah, very close game, and I think we might be going to more and more close games, as we might be going to game 5, as my prediction would be for this, with how close these guys are. And you talked about Petra being very underrepresented, and it made me think, who actually plays Orb? I remember Boomy playing it once. I remember Radish playing Orb, or like Coco in Europe with the Thor. Now Munir with the Petra as well, but I feel like that's about it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not too many. Not too many. It was, Radish was the premier role player. That was a true combo that could have been had. I guess he recognized it wasn't going to KO, and he wanted a little bit more damage, but that's going to cost him an opportunity, and there is an opportunity taken from Mark. He's going to get that stock off. Somebody surprisingly that plays Orb that I didn't know, RDMJ. I was talking about him earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he plays Red Raptor, but he actually said that he let that character go. It was his 2's character. I didn't know that. I found that out the other day, yesterday.
That's an interesting type. Red Raptor for 2v2 as well, or potentially a good 2v2 weapon, but right now it is not looking like he's getting too much done in the 1v1 with it, as he is almost a full stock behind. Now on the gauntlets trying to get some going, but he does lose them right there. Marker playing it careful, trying to extend that lead even a bit more if he can. He's gonna set down the ground pound there, playing around the edge right now, trying to take Munir off stage. Does confirm on it, gets the down air. Munir running out of options here slowly, does get the coverage with that weapon throw there. With the orb being so small, that was a very hard thing to do, and the weapon throw down like Sarah, a thing of beauty. Marker pulling ahead 3 stocks to 1.
Marker is cooking right now. Like you said, there's some flash and some style on this gameplay. Tried to go for the... Oh my gosh, if he would have got that there, it could have been trouble for Munir. Nice string, nice recovery, but to get out of the way for Munir. Now he's going to have a hard fought battle to try to come back on this one, taunting a little bit, just being like, you know what, this one might be done. But he's going to try his best to try to run this back. He's got a lot of damage on him. 2 stocks that he had for Marker. This is like 2 good reads, and this should be done. Nice recovery there. And there's the other read, and there it goes.
Player 2 wins.
So, I mean, considering how close that first game was, Marker really came out blasting here this time, barely being touched on a second stock, looking so strong, going off stage, winning off stage, and then towards the end where Munir was like, you know what, I'm this far behind, I might as well just go in. And then Munir tried going off stage, and Marker immediately went back on stage and played neutral again with the spear, which is very interesting recognition by Marker and a very interesting playstyle, as he always goes the opposite of what the opponent wants to do. And maybe that's exactly his tactic, just kind of doing the opposite of what the opponent seems to want, to kind of upset them a little bit and maybe go into that mental warfare.
The trickery, man. It's a game of
3,
attrition.
2, 1, brawl.
So you're definitely spitting right there. That's, I mean, when you're playing a weapon like the Scythe, you do have to really be tricky and make some pretty good reads and put people in bad situations. I mean, that's what this weapon's all about. You put them in a bad situation, you capitalize off of a dodge, and you make them struggle to touch the ground, keep wasting the resources. Right now, we're getting the neutral play from the sword, and I think this is a good way to slow the pace down and really control the game a little bit. But no, goes to the great sword. Dare. Tried to go for the Sarah, and Dare right back at him. This is a scary offstage situation. Get back on the stage, please. My heart can't take this.
Oh, they're both going off stage. They're just going in on the off stage as Munir and Mark are trading blows. Amazing side air right there. Very, very tough to space. I wouldn't have thought of that as a hit, but he gets the inward dodge read right here, almost finishing it off. He sadly drops the string a little bit, as Marker, I believe, either dropped out of it or jumped out of it. I'm not too sure.
He finally dodged at the end, right? That was actually amazing defense from Marker to sit there, and he let him loop 3 times, and then on the 3rd one, he Sir Duffington Jr. But yeah, he let him loop him 3 times before he ever dodged. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna make him guess. That's good defense on the greatsword. But now with that collected knowledge, see, he let it rip that time, right? He's like, let me see if he dodges it right here. And now he's got him guessing on the offensive end. That's gonna be a scary thing to deal with for Munir.
Munir trying to connect those sidelights right now, misses quite a few of them, sends Marker on the offstage with that side air. First going in, gets the down like ground pound, beautiful stuff. made Marker run out of options. They're kind of zoned where he's supposed to go with that weapon throw, and then got the beautifully spaced down light ground pound. Now on his second stock, and the light orange here himself, trying to extend that lead a bit, get more damage on. Marker trying to go off stage, finish Mooney off quickly to bring this game back to even standings, as we are on the 1-1 right now. Whoever wins this is one game away from sending the other to the losers bracket.
Yeah. Ooh, that dare was so close. Oh, struggling to get the stock off. He had a good opportunity there. Nice recovery. One more. Oh, okay. He's going to be 2 more good hits. Oh, what defense. What a way to recover. Dipped down a little bit too low and coming down there to get him with the ground pound. Marker tying the game up. All right.
Now, you might say that a tie, but okay, he picks up a weapon right there. I have heard this the first time in 2016, where I believe, I don't remember which pro player it was actually. One said in a YouTube video or in an interview that, oh, Mooney was cooking up there for a second, had to astonish or respect that. Mooney finishing off that third game. But I believe, I think Phase on it was said, if you have the weapon control at the beginning of another stock of your opponent where you are slightly behind on the damage lead, you have control of the game actually. You are technically in the lead, even if you're behind on the damage.
Oh, I definitely agree with that sentiment. Statistically, right, it's a tie, but I get what you're saying. You know, because you're going to be able to turn the tide of the game, weapon starve, and really control the pacing of things as long as you're holding on to weapon when you push them into that final stock. So yeah, you're definitely correct. And Phase on, if that's who you said that, then they're definitely correct.
I think so. It was an old statement. Phazon is one of the OGs, I think. It might have been Noel on his old YouTube videos, because he did do a lot of guides, but that's a different story.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Let's didn't quite get to talk about it, but that sword gameplay, like, yeah, he's going back into it, dog. That sword gameplay at the end of that round, Mooner was actually serving up hot biscuits. That dude was cooking up. It was actually some of the best sword I've ever seen. He was rushing down, confirming everything. Nice D-lights into recovery, dares into recovery. He was catching them everywhere he wanted to go. So you see, he started the game with the Recto, some good damage, and going into the Great Sword now. So we got the Kaya switch over here. I mean, I like it. I ain't mad at it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. I don't think I've ever seen Marker on Kaya before, and I've fought him plenty of times in both tournament and ranked. And I've always seen him on kind of scythe characters, as he plays a lot of Mordex and Mirage, etc. And in 2v2 he plays Ulgrim quite often. But the Kaya working out good for him here, as he was in the lead until just a second ago, and now with the game being evened out, maybe the thought process was, bow is kind of nice to play into the Great Sword. So let me get that bow, so I can take that grounded gameplay out a bit with those bow downlights, which are a very easy counter towards Great Sword.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I think it's just, the only thing is like, even if you can nullify the Great Sword, like the way that Munir's sword has been looking, then you're gonna have to go into that matchup, you know. So either way it goes, you can't contain the whole beast. Nice weapon toss, you'll be able to sneak through, and there it is. Here's that sword going into the bow. We'll see what happens here.
Both players going very much head to head here with those options with the damage. Marco walking the stage there, sidelight, down sig, does it, takes down Munir down to his last stock. And if Marker takes this, we will be going to a game 5, so Munir wants to end it here, I believe, but it is looking kind of strong for Marker here as he gets the 2 nares up the top. That's another move here, building up that damage. Now Munir basically in the orange as Marker connects move after move. Handlight comes out, sidelight, goes for another down stick, could have worked. Munir now getting the neutral stick, and I think he's going to go for the Great Sword here, probably. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he opted to go into the Great Sword. I will say, though, a second ago, whenever we just saw him getting looped by the bow, going for that, man, talk about loops! But yeah, he went for I felt like that was a frustration side signature. So,
yes, sir.
I mean, he's looking good right now. It looked like he was getting a little frustrated. Ground pound. Ooh! That was a huge gamble. The dare wasn't, though. That was nice. Great Sword back in hand.
Bring it back here, doesn't quite finish it with the downlight neutral stick as small ones and has a deceivingly big kill box off the top. Now disadvantage state for Mooney here, he is unarmed. He is bringing it back on stage though, as he nares Marker away there, gets the weapon, gets the sword that you've been talking about. Mooney's sword looking kind of good. Can he get a down like recovery here to finish it off, or a down like Sair? Depending on the positioning, whichever is the choice. But Marker gets it. We're going to a game 5. Full recovery does it. Very, very close game. Mooney did a good comeback there at the end when he was almost a full stock behind.
That was good. The movement from Marker right there at the closeout was making it very hard for him to get his D-lights. He tried the regular D-light. He tried the GC D-light. He couldn't quite catch it, and then he goes for the risky neutral signature and gets clean punished. The poise and the patience for Marker there to close that game out and push this to game 5 is very well respected. And now something that you definitely got to respect is the Teros from Moonir. You got to respect Teros in general, but Moonir's Teros is actually ridiculous.
3, 2,
Yes, sir.
1,
We've seen
brawl.
Moonir on the Teros plenty of times. It's definitely not a pick that we didn't expect coming out from him here, and it is that hammer that we were talking about as well. Now looking pretty strong and small ones, and I talked about the kill box at the top being pretty big. Off the sides and the bottoms, it's actually pretty small, just like small World Haven used to be. And that downlight Sair is gonna be lethal for Mooney here on this map as he hits 2 in a row. Now sending it upwards with the pivot down air, and I'm trying to get a sider here on Marker, but just not quite connected as he goes in there with those down airs. Not trying to take it off the top for some reason as he Marker it up in the air on the spear, trying to get an edge guard on Mooney here. Down that Sair connects, and that's something that is also hard to time. As you can tell, he was already off the stage with that downlight. Dashing off and getting the right timing for that input can sometimes be very hard as you just get like a down air or something there. But that
Exactly.
was
Yeah.
space.
Getting that, like he literally had to do that frame perfect, right? Like how far he leaked out with that. Man, I'll tell you, man, good hammer play is so fun to watch. I can't lie. Like I love playing that weapon, but you know, and then getting to watch somebody that's just infinitely better than me with the weapon. Look at that stomp Sair once again. He's so clean with it. The control in the neutral that he has is so good. Goes for the down sig on that axe. The side sig. He was making big call outs right there. He was trying to wreck that health gauge of Marker and get a huge lead. And Sair might set him up for that either way. Stomp Sair, yes sir.
Now, full stock lead from Mooney here, as he is gonna prime that hammer that's been working so well for him so far. Marker needs something big here. He's a full stock behind in game 5. He's going on to that though. Getting very interesting options here as he goes for the recovery and light recovery from the off stage going on stage. But Moon here popping up on the hammer, sends him off stage there with the recovery. Now trying to take stage control as he goes onto Marker there, which Marker's kind of sitting in the corner trying to play careful. He does not want to lose the stock as he does not want to lose the set. Now sitting off stage, definitely wants Mooney down there. But he'll convert on it as Mooney did commit on the off stage. Now goes for it. The neutral sig knocks him out. What is Mooney thinking right now?
You know, I know exactly what he's thinking. I gotta get this dude up out of here. I am not trying to lose right now. I'll tell you that right now. Nobody wants to go to that lower side of the bracket. You know what I'm saying? You fought this hard to stay on winner's side. You want to keep winner's side. And he's doing a good job right now, racking up damage. He is the roast with the most. He gets a good touch. It could be the end of Marker on the winner side of the bracket, and there it is. The stomp Sair over that edge. We saw every single stock taken out in the same fashion. Beautiful control, beautiful play with that hammer. Look at that replay. That stomp Sair leaking over the side was so clean. Boom, bam, that was nice. You know, Marker played a great set. I mean, played an amazing set, but he just could not keep up at the end. The hammer from Moonir was just remarkable.
Oh yeah, that hammer was juicy. Those downlight Sairs, perfect spacing on them, and those signatures that he used quite a bit of actually working pretty well in his favor. And I mean, Moonir went through a lot of characters there. I believe he started off with the Petra in the first game or two, then switched to.
No, the Petra was the set before. That was
Oh. I believe Moonir was playing Petra at the start against Marcus Mirage.
Yes, there we go.
And
yes, Moonir was playing Petra. You're right.
And then Moonir went from Petra to Jae-Yun to then Teros, which he went through quite a few characters there, considering that was only 5 games. But I feel like towards the end with that Teros, he just had the perfect answer to marker that he needed, that he's been looking for that entire set. And it really showed, as he just had so much control over the game, kept sending marker off stage, had the stage all for himself, and kind of just let out hit after hit after hit, and just kept him where he wanted him.
Yeah, I like what he was doing. He had a lot of good setups. He kept hitting him with whiff buttons and then stomp. Like as soon as you think you're about to punish, he would whiff him with a dare or something like that, and then just stomps there. Got him every single time. Baited him perfectly. It was good stuff. But all right, guys. Before we get into the next game, we are going to take a short break. We're going to be back in about 3 minutes. We'll see you back for some more Bearded Brawls. What's happening? We're back in the building. More action to be had here at Bearded Brawls. If you're just now joining us, it's your boy ZipMasterFlex, and I am joined by EagleAdi. EagleAdi, how you been enjoying these games?
I mean, these games have been really good so far. And I see my friends winning. I see Machete taking that W. And talking about friends in this next set, we got Fizaru and we got Frida's Ola. And Frida's Ola, long time. That's my guy. Like I started talking to this guy years ago, way back. And honestly, both these players are very interesting. I'm sure you know both of these guys. Fizaru, the big-time Yumiko player, he will take you off stage. He will get the 0 to death, while Frida's all on the enchant with his signature stuff. Just also both level 100 players, which I believe individually these two are the highest experience on these legends.
Really? That's very interesting. Very interesting lore there. I like it. You know, I have not had the pleasure of meeting Fizaru, but I did meet Frydazol, and that is a cool cat. Man. He's a nice, cool kid. Nice guy. You know, so to see that he's still out here cooking, doing his thing in the Brawl world and the esports world, it's really exciting to see. So this is going to be a good one. Now, when you said Fizaru was going to take you off stage, look, I'm going to tell you like this. If you're playing Yumiko, you better be going off stage. Like, why would you even pick that legend if you're just going to play neutral? For what?
Really, yeah. I mean, if I'm seeing Yumiko, one of the things that comes to mind is Catnip. You remember Catnip? The montage maker? Back then, he had such fancy he had fancy as hell clips on Yumiko, and that's kind of where it started, where everyone started playing Yumiko, and you saw more and more of it with this exact skin that Fizaru is locking in right now as well, actually. And it always makes me think of those clips, because it's the first time I saw that specific Yumiko 0 to death. You know the one I'm talking about, where you CC neutral sig, send them off the wall, down a recovery. That's just the 3-piece 0 to death you used to be able to do on Small Brawlhalla, I believe, and some other maps that now have that angle.
Got it.
Fizaru, having seen quite a few of his games, he is doing that quite often, that exact 0 to death. So in my mind, Catnip, Fizaru, same thing.
What if they are the same person? No, I'm just
I kind of doubt it, because Catnip is NA and Fizaru European.
I know, I'm joking. I'm joking. But either way, like I said, you know, you got to get stylish. You gotta wild out with this character. I mean, one of the most unique characters in the game, right? Like, no, I think the only other character that has like setup tools, like the down signatures, is what's her name? Great Sword. I'm blanking. What's her name? Come on. She has the traps. Great Sword Spear.
Arcadia.
Arcadia. Jeez, I was blanking. But yeah, those are the only two characters that have traps, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, sir. I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very unique in its own right? With such a large roster, to only be two characters that have tools like that, you know, it just changes the matchup. It changes the way you have to approach things. I think, you know, if we see very strong hammer play, that's going to be really rough to deal with. We just saw in the previous set what Munir was able to do with that hammer, but the bow is definitely a neutral control weapon. So let's see what we got. Bow is the first weapon, and we automatically get that crack sound. And now we have sight in the building. So Frydazol, two guys looking to gimp. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. This is gonna be very strong offstage when it goes to it. And you know how I was talking about that Yumiko 0 to death? This map is basically from the offstage walls, just like Small Brawlhalla. So that 0 to death is a possibility. If Fizaru connects a neutral stick on the offstage, Frydazol might be gone by default.
Yeah, you're talking about that little slant, everybody out there. He's talking about that little slant at the bottom of the stage that allows for them to be able to do that 0 to death. So that's going to be pretty interesting if we get to see that. But we'll see if the defense is there on Frydazol's side to not allow that situation to happen. Orb is in hand, tries to go for the dare, not able to clip, and setup tools are out, man. I want to see how he utilizes those and how he controls space and sets Frydazol up for failure with that tool. Weapon toss down, not able to get back down and get his weapon unarmed. Able to catch recovery. Whiffing and whiffing and whiffing. Nice movement from Frydazol to not get caught without that weapon. Beautiful bait on the dodge and cleans that up quick.
Now, Frydazol, I've been talking a lot about Fizaru and Yumiko. Frydazol's obviously a big content creator, right? How do you think he manages being at this high of a level, like pro player level, and oh my god, taking him with the scythe, and being a permanent content creator, pumping up both the YouTube and the Twitch streams?
So that's just a double layer, right? Like, you utilize the fact that you're a top player, and then you layer that and add that to become a content creator, right? So like when you're really really good at something, it's easier to add that content side too. You know what I mean? You don't have to think as much about it because you already know that what you do in the game is entertaining.
Oh, sure. Yeah. But back to the game. That's a very perfect explanation. That's all I was looking for, honestly. But Frydazol a bit in the lead right now, having a bit more control as he's getting a lot of punishes onto Pizarro when he tries to use those trap setups as he's been doing so far. Now, Pizarro juggling Frydazol here, keeping the weapon to himself, not letting him go on that side. Frydazol doing most of his work with the side here so far as he's getting a lot of down airs and taking Pizarro into his own momentum with those moves. Popping up the weapon here again. Pizarro, beautiful setup there. Down sig Nair, and I believe that is unavoidable unless you dodge it. The down sig into Nair for recovery.
Yeah, if you run into that trap, that Nair happening, like you're getting combo. So if he didn't get clipped, he would have been cool. But once he ran into that and tried to approach, he tried to short hop over the top, didn't quite make it over the last one of those little spirits. Got clean comboed. Oh. Battle off stage right now. A lot of resources used for Pizarro. Oh, he was sweat. Oh my goodness, that was scary. That was scary stuff. He's able to make it back on. 2 exclamation marks, making it right back on also. Oh my goodness. These guys they're gonna give me a heart attack.
Ooh.
The way they're playing, this is terrifying. No ground pound attempt, goes for the Nair. Ooh, that Nair was so close.
Frydazol second time taking him off stage here. Pizarro does manage to get back. And you're saying, yeah, this is terrifying because they go for such risky stuff for them. And looking at Pizarro right now, he's using a lot of those signatures to kind of position himself in spots to hit Frydazol, but Frydazol knows the exact spacing. And both of these guys play hundreds, if not thousands, of ranked 1v1 games every season. So I don't even know what the rank record between these guys is, but it's definitely into the multiple hundreds of games as well over the years. And you can tell they're spacing each other perfectly as Pizarro connects that sider to knock him out of that close game. Both players almost doing 600 damage there.
Frydazol was on the defensive end for at least the last 30 seconds there. He could not get, there was so much pressure being put on the screen from Pizarro. He was making it so rough for him. He could not find a hit. Look at that. That combo is so clean. He caught him on the back end of the very last piece of that down signature. The last spirit caught him. But yeah, right here. He drops that. That was rough. But already expending the dodge, jumps up in the air, and he got clipped by the Sayer and close him out. But yeah, he was playing defense for the last 30 seconds of that game, and he could not. He was doing a good job. He wasn't getting touched, but he also just couldn't get his footing and get comfortable and try to set himself up to get the touch. So good round. Nice way to apply pressure from Pizarro. We'll see what Frydazol has going into this next one. I mean, it's not like he was far out of that game, right? He was right there.
Yeah. One hit. It was all he needed to win that game for himself. And you talk about Frydazol doing a good job on defense there. Now, I have my own input on that. I like the popular saying of offense is the best defense. So one of Pizarro just had such good defense there that Frydazol had no answer there towards the end.
You know, I'm going to give you a basketball reference here. I don't know if you watch basketball.
I love
basketball. That phrase that a good offense is the best defense. But, dog, I'm a Phoenix Suns fan, and we were the highest octane offense of all time, and it never worked.
I mean, with Kevin Booker, you just got high defense, and Peyton not doing as much. Or what was his name? The center, Andre. Ayton.
Yeah, Ayton. That dude stinks.
Yeah. Not showing as much defense as you would like to, but going back to Brawl, I could talk about basketball all day with you.
I like it.
Yeah, back to the game. Pizarro looking kind of good. He has in the right position, gets the downlight Sayer to knock Frydazol into his second stock. Now taking another lead here for himself. It's a very close game, but it seems like Pizarro comes out slightly on top very often here. So Frydazol might need a slight adjustment to use something or execute something onto Pizarro that will give him some value as he gets a beautiful 3-piece there. Sidelight Nair Cider. I believe the Cider is confirmed off of Nair. No, is it a true combo or was it just not jumpable?
To be honest, I was looking at that like, why'd he go that route? Because I feel like after the Nair, you can dodge that side there. Maybe I'm tripping, but I didn't think that was true.
Well, this was definitely not jumpable. I feel like that much because it looked a bit too quick. But Pizarro going for a massive play there as he goes for that second down air as well. Now Friedasoul taking him off stage. On the side, Fazara barely managed to get around that as he only had 2 options left. If that down air hit, he was gone. Now Friedasoul trying to take it off stage again as he's really doing great there as Fazara's only on the evasion. Once it goes off stage, hitting that side 6, sending him where he wants him. Goes for the setups, reverse slide charge neutral sig, not connecting. Fazara perfectly frame dodges it. Now getting the GC neutral sig, not towards the wall, setting up the setup. We do have that one slant here once again, and that could mean what might happen is, as Polymonto, my dear friend likes to call it, the funny angle, where they get spiked downwards when they get hit into that slant, which I think might happen here. It's exactly what happens as Friedasoul connects that downer and hits the funny angle onto Fazara, sending him straight down.
That was unfortunate. I mean, I feel like Fazara got a little scared there. There was just like a little faint jump off the side from Friedasoul with no commit. And then we saw the fastball come up from Fazara, and he kind of set himself up for failure right there. It was you know, he was baited, but he could have made it back onto the stage. He just didn't get scared when Friedasoul making that little jump. Now he is down in a deficit, but his hammer's been looking super clean. I'm pretty sure he will be able to get the stock off soon. He's got the good setups out there. Trying to get that stomp. He's not able to find it. He's able to find the Sarah. It's not going to be enough. Puts the traps out. Oh, what? Doesn't get anything off of it. Unfortunate. Didn't commit. Didn't believe in the touch.
Now, second sider does take him out there. Fazara seemingly struggling to hit Friedasoul there by quite a bit, but Friedasoul also not building up much damage there as he only put Fazara into the yellow. Meaning this game's basically even as Fazara evens up the damage here. That's the big setup and the nice 3-piece on the hammer. Now Friedasoul taking him off stage, not able to connect anything as they are both just landing those initial hits but not really getting a read on each other, as I don't think there's been much reading happening here so far as they've kind of taken each other out and taking turns. This is like a classic fighting game here.
Oh yeah, they are definitely boxing right now. In the fray, both of them tries to go for a ground pound on the lower side, right? He tried to clip him really good. Unfortunately, didn't get it. Stomp Sarah is gonna be good. Trap out. Ooh, if he would have went ground pound route right there, he actually would have caught him.
Yes, sir. Oh, going for a big play there with the platform. If he did to the left, I think it might have actually hit, but that would have been it for Friedasoul. Now both in the red once again. Very close game. Half side, it does not quite do it. Friedasoul now on the offstage. Fazara not committing, trying to play it safe. Tries to look for another sider here probably. So kind of zoning it as Friedasoul goes for the offstage. Gets the crazy GC side stick here. Now trying to get it. But slide charge ends again, does it. Taking it 1-1. Man, these games are close and high damage.
Very close, very high damage. The damage is going to be in the favor of Fazara that game, but he will fall. Now, I can't wait for that. Okay, so somebody tell me, like in the chat, if y'all, I'm not an orb player, and I feel like I'm missing something here. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. I feel like it looked very true when I saw it just now, but I don't know if it is. But anyway,
I mean, Orb, as we talked about, not many people, and we kind of forgot about naming Friedasoul actually when we did talk about Orb. Not a very utilized weapon. Once again, one of those niches that you just have to get practice against to be able to play against a player like Friedasoul. And seemingly Fazara has quite a bit of practice, but even then it's still hard to adjust because it's just every once in a while that you queue into it, right? Like it's not like you permanently queue into it like the other meta weapons, which makes it so hard to adjust to, and it's seemingly really paying off of Fazara for Friedasoul here. I usually tend to see him more on the side, but his orb is doing a lot of work from the air.
Yes, sir. That orb is doing a great job. And speaking of the orb, everybody is confirming that that is not true. And I mean, that's what I said. I didn't think it was true. People are saying that he might not have had a dodge. I really don't think he dodged. That's what's throwing me off about it so bad. I feel like he didn't dodge. But now, one of the big things on that offstage, that pivot neutral sig that took the game last game, if you notice, he charged it and waited for the dodge to come out, and that right there was conditioned, right? He had tried that multiple times. He tried to go for the quick version, pivot off and just releasing it early. That time he said, cool, I've now made you dodge every single time I attempted it. And he waited, baited, and cleaned him up. And now talking about cleaning him up, super early stock here. On the side of Friedasoul, he's doing a great job in the early goings of game number 3.
Yes, sir. Talking about conditioning, Friedasoul conditioning Fazara to set himself up for greatness in Friedasoul's case, as he has barely been touched in the first stock. with Pizarro now being a full stock behind. Fredazol really setting himself up for greatness here as he keeps connecting these hits. Nair recovery on the orb. He's taking Pizarro off the top. Pizarro already in the orange, while Fredazol is still in the yellow on his first stock. This is looking a bit dangerous for Pizarro as he just gets absolutely pummeled there. Taken out. Fredazol still barely touched in the yellow. This is a destruction compared to the previous 2 games.
Yo, he's just applying more pressure. He's not allowing like the patient setups and things like that to come out from Pizarro. So he's kind of just like forcing his hand. He's like, you know what? You've been trying to wait and set me up and make me run into certain things. I'm gonna force your hand and make you box. I'm gonna get on top of you and really make you scrap. And now that he has the lead, he's slowed it down a little bit. He's not being as aggressive. But yeah, that aggression really.
Ooh,
hey, bruh. Oh my God.
Keeps it going. There. Oh! Recovery into the weapon throw. Dale drops it there. The downer was spaced a little too close. That forces you off the wall, but gets the downer, and it's a 3-star.
Obliteration.
I couldn't have said it any better. The Brawlhalla in-game commentator with the obliteration. That is exactly what that was. Oh my goodness. Fredazol putting on a show. 446 damage to 86 damage.
86. That is light orange right there. Like, Pizarro barely getting to play the way that he previously did. And we clearly saw in the previous 2 games what Pizarro is capable of. But Fredazol just adapted so strongly that game that Pizarro didn't know where left and right was. As Fredazol just hit him with move after move, letting him not breathe at all, not get those setups, as you said earlier, those patient setups, not let him play the game the way he's used to or he wants to, really forcing Pizarro out of his comfort zone, and we saw how that went for him. Pizarro's going to need something here, or we might see a repeat of the last game.
1, brawl.
Yeah. It's going to be tough to see a repeat of the last game. That's a once-in-a-lifetime performance. If we see another one of those, man, it's time to hit the lab. I would be so sad if I was Pizarro and I got 2 games like that back.
Ooh.
So we'll see how he goes into it.
Here
Made
comes
the
the
dodge.
dive.
Oh my goodness. Oh, he missed the nair! Oh no! I actually wanted to see that. I ain't gonna lie to you.
And then if he did that right off the bat, I think we might have called this for it being over, as Fredazol still has barely been touched. Now only the second move that connects from Pizarro. Waiting for the approach there. Does spot touch him, not able to confirm anything off it. Sends him off stage again with the 3-piece. Funnily enough, only worked because Pizarro tried doing a wake up with a GC side stick there, which put him forward without a hitbox yet, making the down air of Fredazol catch there, which was perfect for him. Now on the offstage, Fredazol cooking again with the side, really seemingly having a download on Pizarro, and now keeps it going. Once again, still only in the yellow, both 2 downlines. Coming out down air. Pizarro barely getting in touch as Fredazol went for a little too much there. He was cooking, but he might have overcooked as he kind of outplayed himself there, running out of options, not making it back, and getting hit by the down air by Pizarro. He still has a very big lead to play with here.
He was definitely cooking right there. He burnt the dish. He couldn't get it onto the plate. All right, let's see. Oh, okay, here we go. Pizarro said, you know what? You gave me an opportunity, and I'm going to take it. He almost had a setup there, a chance to make something big happen. Tries another neutral signature, not going to be able to catch, but he's going to get a little bit more damage racked up here. Sair. What's the option here? Oh, tried to just go up for the GC. Sig. Ground pound a little too late.
No.
That one's going to catch him. There's a lead for Pizarro.
Pizarro saying overconfidence can be your biggest opponent as he reverses the lead here from Fredazol. Fredazol cooking so strong early on in the game, and now he is behind on his last stock, with Pizarro still being on a second, perfectly dodging that haymaker right there. Does some damage with the bow. Weapon throw to keep that extra 1 damage going and keep Fredazol in the air. Goes for it. Wake up, stay like ground pound from Fredazol, but he is pretty damaged here. He's already in the orange now. Pizarro not damaged at all yet. Gets hit by that weapon throw on his last stop.
Do you know how good you have to be to punish an offstage weapon toss with D-like ground pound? You know how clean that was ridiculous.
Perfect timing, perfect spacing, everything's gotta align. The stars have to be aligned. And I thought that might have been it for Frydasol as he gets down nice there. He's still holding on. If you see those big side plays that he showed at the start of the game, he might be able to reverse this, but it's looking tough for Frydasol as he gets DC down nice there, and we go to a game 5. Man, with how that game 4 started off, I did not see this one coming.
Definitely didn't see that coming. You know, see, like, look at that first stock, like, right? And then this moment, this is it. You know, he went for the gusto, dropped his own setup, and now we got a game 5 when it looked like he was going to run away with it. He was about to have a 2-stock lead and then just went on to have a rough game. He took so much damage before he was able to get anything going. He actually didn't touch him except for maybe one time on that final stock. Fazaru has got to be happy about that fallen stock that allowed him to get back into the game going into the next one. It's game number 5, baby. And we're going to see if Frydasol is going to keep trying to style and profile or if Fazaru is going to put that slow-paced game on him.
3, 2, 1.
I mean,
brawl.
game 5s are my favorite thing in Brawlhalla esports as everything is on the line. You are in it to win it or in it to lose it, and definitely no one wants to be on the latter side of things as we are going into this. Now Fazaru has the momentum after Frydasol dropped it there at the middle of the last game. Now Fazaru trying to hold onto that momentum for dear life as Frydasol a bit on the offstage, trying to take Fazaru there again, try to get the momentum back that he had, but the sideline recovery doesn't connect as Fazaru sets up with the down sig, doing it every time. Frydasol figuring out he can use the Scythe downlight to punish that as Fazaru gets a very interesting recovery there. Weapon throw down air, goes for the GCN sig, could have gone for the potential the potential Yumiko Gimp there. Both players kind of resetting neutral here. Fazaru going for those trap setups. Now, as a trap character, Arcadia or Yumiko, obviously Yumiko more often represented, is that really your best option? Just going there, setting up those downticks, setting up those traps, and kind of hoping that your opponent will run into them or mess up going around them?
I think for sure it's the best option at this point, right? Like, you're not in KO territory, right? You don't have much force with this character, so you need to keep setting up and keep on doing these things to try to rack up that damage. That's why you're going to see a lot of those tools being utilized in the early setups, right? And then they help you confirm for your KOs too. It gives you different hammer KO options than you would have with any other character. Stomp Sayer, very good play there. Tries to go for the recovery scoopage, but does not quite catch. Now, a little bit of resources gone after getting caught by the dare, but he's still good to go. Boom, bam, yes, sir. And there it is, right? You can't do that with any other character. So you know, you utilize that tool, and it's there for a reason with this character, and just gives new options and makes it harder for the other player to get back onto the stage when there's new obstacles placed on the map.
Well, for sure. I mean, you're making a good point there with the obstacles. It is a free zoning tool for you to use to make your opponent move a certain way, which might work out in your favor, but Frydasol doing a good job of punishing and going around it as of currently. So Fazaru's tools not working out as he would like them to. Now, kind of playing into their good frame trap with that end light, kind of resetting neutrally, and both players going for each side as Fazaru connects that sider. Now Frydasol on the orb, which has been doing pretty well for him. And Frydasol, this is game knowledge right there. He knows that if he stays grounded, that down tick will not hit him. Even if it kind of looks like it might, it actually does not.
But, I mean, you're right, but on the other end, the problem is his opponent knows that too. Beautifully placed there, my goodness. But the thing is, like I was saying, Fazaru knows that too, right? So he knows he's going to try to leak under him. You saw he controlled that game so much right there in that moment. He just kept putting the traps up, and he was doing a short hop right in between with his traps. Oh, Frydasol.
That's it.
Get him up out of here. Game 5 is done. 3-2. Frydazol's way with a Gimp to close it out. Beautiful scythe play and a beautiful match. That was so good from both players. Look at that right there. Clean setup with his little ghosties, getting the recovery. Nice Sayer. You know, that was a peekaboo Sayer. He set it up like he wasn't going to go over. Nice ground pound. Nice side play off stage. Pull that flag out. Kingdom boys represent.
Now, am I tripping when I say that Frydasol's 0 to deaths and Gimps on Scythe always feels so inconspicuous? It's always like, okay, he's hit a move. 2 seconds later, oh, he hits another one. Oh, the third one. Oh, okay. Oh my god. It is over.
Yep. It's like he doesn't do consecutive chains. Like, you're right. Like, he always appears as if he's backing away from you, and then he just keeps going back and hitting right. It's really clean. I really like how he does that. He's so pinpoint with it. It's funny because that's kind of how I play Scythe. Like, but it's because I am not good at the chains. So I do that because I can't chain things correctly. So I try to back off and just try to catch you and find you and keep tossing you away. He does it because he's just mad nice like that, and his movement is so good that he makes it where you just don't know where to go, and he just keeps wasting your resources back to back to back until you're done. That was so clean, so clean.
Very, very clean. But we have more sets coming up, and I believe these next two players you might be familiar with, might not, as we are looking at Shudra Baguette Senpai from PCS and Sapphire, which is a very familiar name.
Oh, I definitely know Sapphire, for sure.
Sapphire, I don't think he needs much of an introduction. Everyone in Europe, whenever I hear them talk about Sapphire, I know they talk about his movement. Sapphire, a player, very, very hard to hit. And conspicuously enough, he is an Ulgrim, a very hard-hitting, slow character, but he combines that with incredibly fast movement, making his weakness his strength, actually. Combining that and making it such a balanced gameplay. But on the other side of the coin, we have Shudra Baguette Senpai here. And I don't know if you know him, he is my clanmate, long-term friend. Shudra, highest level Mirage in the world. We saw a Mirage earlier from Marker for a bit, but this is going to be a different experience. Shudra, very weapon throw heavy, utilizes signatures quite often to confirm off stocks. And I think Sapphire knows that because he plays the
3, 2,
Shudra
1, brawl.
has a very predictable playstyle, but he's so good at making it, unorthodox. Just, even if you know what's coming, it will hit you still.
Nah, I feel you on that. That's good. I mean, it's such a good sig pack on this character. Like, it makes so much sense to utilize him correctly. If you're good with this character, if you're one of the premier players, it's going to be hard for the opponent to deal with. Now, one thing I wanted to say, you're talking about Ulgrim slow. Everybody out there, maybe this is just me. Doesn't it feel like when Ulgrim has the lance, he gets like a speed boost? Like, this character moves so fast to me when he has this weapon. Look at how he's dancing in romance right now. Oh, he tried to do him bad!
Oh. With some sauce on there. Shudra, both these players being French, they got that French cuisine, and I'm a big fan of French dishes. Cooking up right now here. Hey, what's a good French dish?
You tell me. I'm American, bro. I don't know.
I mean, I've had snail before in French, and as weird as that might sound, it actually doesn't taste that bad, so maybe they're cooking up a cooked snail here for us. But it's actually the opposite of a snail, as the game is very fast-paced right now, with Shudra taking Sapphire off stage here on the side, both players really just going at each other, and both these players are so aggressive.
They're super aggressive. You can tell everybody out there is excited. People want to see this high-octane play. These dudes are definitely boxing, zooming around. This axe play right now coming out from Sapphire is looking really, really nice. With the spear, able to combat, and nice combination to get some big damage. Ground pound is going to trade.
Ooh.
Yes, sir.
That's
Should
it.
be the end of your days.
Ooh, yes.
Oh, no! He wasn't able to confirm the D-light into the ground pound. Leaked up on the stage, and now lost his opportunity to get the lead gravity cancel neutralized. He's going to get the job done.
Man, as a person that plays the game a lot myself, it is the most upsetting thing if you drop a true combo and lose a game because of it. And I feel like in this situation, he lost the stock first because of it, but now evening up the game again, it is definitely hit to the mental. But if you're a player at the top level like this, I don't think the mental issue affects you too much. At that point, you're just thinking about, oh, I messed that up. Okay, let's go next. What can I do against my opponent? How can I reverse the situation even if it might look bad? And for Shudra doing exactly that right now, as he's just taking Sapphire off stage, abusing that axe, not having too great of a fast recovery tool back on stage, forcing out that recovery, not quite able to do so. Now on the spear, bouncing it off with a beautiful web throw there, kind of running out of options here, being jumped up by Sapphire a little bit, goes to the wall. on the orange. Cider connects. Now it might be over for Shudra here if he doesn't play it carefully. Once gets hit by another Cider, goes for the Elite Cider ground pound. The ground pound not connecting a separate perfectly dodges it. Down air Nair connects. No side like Nair, not a knockout tool as the Lance Endlight almost does it. I feel like almost anything could finish Shudra off here as he gets hit by the weapon thrown with no force. Now a dangerous situation for Shudra. Throws away his weapon, goes in for the very ambitious ground pound here, and that axe downlight. Anything knocks him out, he is enough to do it. Very close game there towards the end. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. Both these players are incredibly aggressive.
Oh yeah, very, very aggressive. Now, you know, you were talking about, you know, the mental aspect at this level doesn't affect you. Now, I'm gonna play devil's advocate and go the other route.
Ooh, okay.
If you do something like that and you're able to finish the game out, it doesn't affect you. But now knowing that that might be the reason you lost that game,
oh yeah,
it definitely will eat at you a little bit. Now, I don't care how great of a player you are. There's in most esports, well, in all esports, the mental is the biggest factor of the game. Okay, and in most games, there's only a few guys that are never flustered. The guys that can really keep it together, you know, like the Sandstorms, the guys that can really just go and shake off anything. Those are the ones, because most people are gonna be affected by things. They're gonna get in their own head. Not at all times, but it's just most players just can't avoid it. It's a human reaction, and you have to train yourself and be in these situations a lot before it doesn't bother you anymore.
Yeah, some of those top esports players have nerfs of steel, and it feels like Shudra might be one of them. I don't know what really happened there, but he did go for, he did almost SD there as he barely made it back with the options and reverses it on Sapphire. Now, Shudra, as I know personally, I have a bit of insight. He, until recently, had a very, very bad internet, meaning he very often just ran off or lost games due to him disconnecting. And recently he's got a better internet provider, but I don't know how much better it is. He might still be experiencing lag here and there.
It looks pretty clean so far. Nice reset. Gonna get a little bit of damage on. There is gonna get the job done for Sapphire. And now we have a pretty even game. Didn't get too much damage on. So, I mean, this is a really, really close game. He's gonna go into the Scythe. I think the Spear has been his best matchup going into the Axe, right? I don't think the Scythe has been his best deal, even though he's looking really nice right now. Nice setup, nice strings. He went for a Sair that actually could have cost the life of Sapphire, but he was able to leak his way around, going over the top of the recovery now, boxing in the mid-stage, throws out that neutral sig. The thing is scary, man. It moves that hitbox around, and it hits pretty hard. Talking about hitting hard, double recovery, getting the job done. And here we go with a lead over here from Senpai.
Yes, sir. And Shudra is holding on to this very well, as he's now on the side, trying to get a quick knockout. Now, if you are only a slight lead ahead, your string weapon is usually what you're going to look for, as he gets the triple downlight there. I love what I see. Now tries to keep it going there with the down air. Tries to get more damage up, but Sapphire is playing very carefully, trying to get that lead cut down. He needs the knockout. No, otherwise Shadra's going to get more as he gets another double downlight. That weapon throw, egg drop, almost gets another. Oh my god.
Player one wins.
That was absolute sauce. That was absolute sauce. I need that replay again. I'm at a loss for words. I don't have anything to say.
Do you see how hard Shudra was cooking there?
Yeah, no.
I don't think Sapphire hit him for almost that entire last stock. As Shudra just went triple downlight, double downlight, egg drop, almost another egg drop, slide charge, arms, like he just connected everything he could. And Sapphire realized, wait, my ogre might not be built for this. Let me switch to a different character and see how that goes as he switches to the Taros now.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the Taros. You know, I feel like I've said this on the stage a few times, man. Roman Reigns isn't Taros to me, man. Where's the real Taros? Why does nobody play the bull, man? I want to see the real Minotaur.
Or a Gruaga.
You know what I'm saying?
When have you seen a Gruaga?
That's what I'm saying. Come on, man. We ain't see no Patrick. It's always Roman Reigns.
I mean, I've seen a few Patricks here and there. I mean, and in 2v2 especially. I think I saw Blaze pick Patrick one. I might be tripping. Yeah. Fair point. I mean, is it because Roman Reigns just gives you that quote-unquote advantage, like signature-wise? Because it's always a very popular discussion between players, like, oh, this person has more invisible signatures than the others, so it's more inconspicuous. The opponent's more likely to miss space it. Is that the case with Roman Reigns? As he gets reversed there. Oh, wow.
The overcommittal. I mean, he actually had it. I don't think he was going to be able to make it back if he would have just backed off after that dare. He went for a second dare, put a little bit of extra flair on that combo, but I don't think he needed it, and then it ends up costing him the stock, and now he's at a huge deficit there. Weapon toss, Sayer. Oh, it's getting nasty out here. Recovery. It's not going to be enough, but man, you're fighting Teros. Stomp into dare is going to take that one out. Dude, it's it's very important. And when you talk about letting things affect your mental, that's the type of stuff I'm talking about. There's no way you shake off the fact that you just did that.
And Cypher's switching back to the Orgrim now, but I like what I saw there from Cypher. I would like him to keep that hammer, because that was looking juicy. Shadra just kept going in, right? He kept playing and didn't slow the pace down at all, just kept going for the stuff he was going for. And then Cypher would always grab him out of that with wake-ups and just hit hard, because that reverse recovery, perfectly utilizing the offstage tools that Hammer has, and then towards the end, kind of wake up down GC downlight and keep him out of those after the downlight ground put that Shadra did, I believe. Just waking up, keep with the knowledge that my opponent is going to be on top of me. I can just input and he is probably going to be hit. And with that knowledge, he's going into this game now on the Orgrim once again.
That's super interesting, man. I know you just said like I think the same thing. Like we got to see a really good Teros. He was doing so well with the hammer. I don't quite get why you switch back. I don't get it. I mean, obviously you do what you want to do as the competitor. You do what makes you comfortable. But why wouldn't you be comfortable with this clean W you just got?
Yes, sure, but maybe he just wanted to throw Shadra off. But Shadra's looking really good here so far this game, as that flow of his is working, as he's charging that N6. Cypher not getting that big of a punish there with the downer, now on the offstage. Shadra really ambitious with that slide shard down sig. Now going for a side sig here, very high potential. Goes for the wow! Egg drop weapon.
Nice. Recovery's going to be enough off the side of the stage. It's going to leak him up into the heavens, and now. Pretty solid lead, actually. Great start. We got Senpai looking to tie this 2-2 after dropping the last game to, I feel like your own mistake in a game that you were kind of controlling. And now, looking really good right here. Can't find the big hits, can't find the final hits, but landing a little bit of chunks here and there. Yeah, he knew he was coming off the stage, and a preemptive gravity cancel neutral stick is going to get the job done for Severe. Now, I mean, he's got him unarmed, so this is going to be a good look. But once he gets these weapons, he starts putting these chains together. It gets
I feel like Shadra is a very high-risk, high-reward player, as I'm seeing here, as he goes for those hard reads quite often with the signatures, where he could very much get punished, but he just likes going for them because the reward is so big. And as of currently, that reward might not be paying off. The risk might be cooking him, as Sapphire gets that beautifully spaced play though with the weapon throw, GC downlight ground pound. And man, these guys are cooking on stage.
That played out so perfectly with your words. I mean, you said he's throwing out these SIGs, he could very well get punished, and as soon as he threw out that neutral SIG with the spear, he got punished hard. That led into a combo situation and led into him losing his stock, as you spoke about, throwing out signatures. So that's a telling sign, man. If he's gonna keep doing that, then he's gonna have to pay for it. If he doesn't get the touch, nice touch with the recovery, get the stock off, and now sitting on about, a little goldish yellow. He's not too damaged. A very good stat line from Mirage, but Orgrim hits super hard. So if you let him get this weapon and start to get to saucing out here, it could get ugly.
I want to mention this is tournament stock for Shadra, and he's still playing the way that he is. So look at him just going in. This is tournament stock. He's in the orange, behind, and he's still just going in. You have to respect it. Shudra does not switch his playstyle in any situation. He is going in, he is playing aggressive, and he will not stop doing so as he just goes for it there. Going in with the Mirage on the side right now, trying to connect those down airs. Sapphire kind of playing tiptoes on top of that platform for a little bit, trying to get that finisher as he now goes off stage. That's a very nice situation for Shudra, almost converting on it. Not able to get back. Nice end line by Sapphire, very close situation here. Now Sapphire still not getting up in the damage. Shadow not connecting anything really, just getting that damage pulled up on him as he attempts to go off the top. Now Sapphire looking for that side air, looking for that end line. I don't see Shadow in the dark red. Anything might do it here. Anything might finish this tournament stock as he gets that reverse side air. Shadow just a little too ambitious there once again, and Sapphire took advantage of it.
Very nice job. It was, it was looking like Senpai might have been able to run that back, but end of the day, he could not. He got caught by a clean Sair, and that took the game for my mans. That right there is where the tides turned to, right? He landed that combination like you were talking about. He got punished for throwing out a neutral signature, and it led to a huge stock situation. So great game from both players, but 3-1. No break. All right, let's get it. So we are running into our next game. We have Machete versus Munir, and it is going to be a banger.
It is going to be a banger indeed. And I'm looking at the timer right down there. After the set, we might be having the reveal. That is 17 minutes away. And, I'm excited for it as well. I am a part of this community, as so are you. We love this game. We've been in this game for so long. These are always exciting to me. I love what they add with the game. Every graphic, everything always looks so good. Gotta love what BMG does on their updates. But
every time. But this is what I'm saying. We're gonna get the reveal. This is what I'm asking for myself, right? I need to see something for some Taros. I need to see something for some Magyar. And
Magyar?
You know what I'm saying? And then I need to see something for that boy Nash. Super slept on character, nice. By the way. I don't know why you guys don't play him. Hammer is so good. We keep seeing these guys cooking with the hammer. And the spear is the best weapon in the game. I mean, now, I will say his Sig, spear's the best weapon in the game. I don't care.
I disagree, but we can have the discussion another time.
No. Well, okay, let me finish that. Nash is slept on. I think he's a good character. His Sigs are slow. I get it. Yes, I understand. Other than that, just character-wise, that dude's really good. You guys need to start playing him. Stop tripping.
Okay, yeah.
Now what is the best weapon in the game? Come on.
Nah, I disagree.
What's the best weapon?
Nah. Best weapon, as of right now, either Axe or Greatsword. Potentially Katars is up there as well. It's like the top 5 weapons right now is definitely Greatsword, Axe, Katar, Spear. Top 4, honestly. I don't know what 5th place would be. It's just those 4 are definitely up there, and it's one of them. It's one of them.
I'll give you Axe, and then we can dabble in some Katars. What matchup does Spear have trouble with?
Spear, I mean, anything long range.
Spear don't struggle against nothing. Yeah. Cut it out.
Spear has struggles. If you have any stacked weapons, Spear is about zoning. If you play Spear to its full potential, then it's the master of weapons. That's also that way in real life. Like back in medieval times, Spear was just the master of weapons because you could hand it to a pedestrian and he's gonna manage to do something with it. But if you get into that close range, that's where it matters because the only stacked option Spear really has is an air.
That is true. Well, okay, so let's think about this. The way that movement works.
Well, we're going into a set.
we have the backdash mechanics and all these things now, and sidelight it hits pretty stacked on your body, so you can do the sidelight and catch somebody that's trying to play right on top of you, as long as you do it the correct way, whichever way that they're leaking out a little bit on your body. Well, enough of that. I was wrong on what set we have coming up. It is going to be Friday Zal versus Barker.
Yes, sir. It's looking like we're off to a start here. Fredazol versus Marker. I mean, we've seen both of these players here so far in this tournament. Marker now on a different character on the Rayman. You know, talking about that X earlier, but the gauntlets are into the play as well, which I have seen Marker on the Vortex quite often as Fredazol gets quite crazy play there with that GC side air off the wall. If Marco was higher in damage, he could have comboed off of that as well. I like Wallbond's combos. Wallbond's combos are very cool. I kind of miss Twilight Grove sometimes, but it's also kind of good that it's not in the tournament pool anymore, as that was a bit too busted. But you gotta say, Wallbond's combos are cool.
Oh no, they're definitely awesome. Definitely awesome. Alright, we're in the neutral space here, and Fredazol is actually struggling. He's having a hard time against these gauntlets. Looking really good right now. Markers, he's been playing a little patient, and he's placing his attacks very well. He's not really whiffing too much, so it's a really good start here. Coming in this one, weapon toss into nothing, right? So he doesn't even commit to anything. So now it's gonna leave Fredazol guessing a little bit. So the conditioning early game, feeling out the opponent, doesn't even get the second hit. The weapon hits him on the top of the noggin. Fredazol is looking kind of lost at the moment. Can't figure out exactly what Marker wants.
I mean, the question is, does Marker know what he wants? As right now, both players are kind of in the red, just looking for the knockout, and there he didn't know what he wants as Fredazol goes off stage, and that is what Rayman is very good at, hitting that down sick. Talk about a quick signature with a lot of force that has a high utility for the off stage. If you're not ready for it, it's gonna hit you. It's going to hit you.
Sometimes you can't help but just jump and leak up a little too high and get clipped by it. And talking about getting clipped, what a usage of the down signature there from Fate. The peekaboo pop up, I see you. All right, weapon toss up. He tried to get a little weapon starve off, doesn't quite get it, and now axe in hand. Scythe is doing its job on the side of the stage. Oh yeah. Whoa!
Sir, now, interesting offstage situation there. Fredazol having no options, but Marker did not want to risk it against Fredazol's Scythe. As we've seen previously in the previous game, very, very dangerous Scythe cooking up on Fredazol, as we saw against Pizarro. Blood! Marker, keep cooking! Keep cooking. Marker on the very strong axe strings here, as he just kind of keeps it going. Fredazol now trying to take him off stage here, but the sider does it, sends him down to his last stock. Marker playing a lot more fast pace here on the Rayman than we did see him do in the previous start, I feel like, in the previous set, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. Oh no, I see. Okay, that's scary. Like you utilize an option like that, Rayman could leak over there and really put some big pressure on. Fredazol in the neutral, he's just not been the Fredazol we saw recently. Like he was really being super aggressive, throwing a lot of attacks out, applying a lot of pressure, and something about the way Marker's playing this is just got him chilling out a little bit. Marker's movement has been really, really good in this first game. Look at him just being really patient, not really pressing much, making Fredazol guess.
Sure, and Fredazol not looking like he's able to confirm too much of Marker. Yes, he can let that cider, putting Marker in a disadvantage state. Marker trying to extend the damage lead. Perfectly avoids that neutral stick, knowing exactly where it's going to pop up. It's a quick nair, not able to convert anything, and Fredazol has been weapon starving from Marker for it. Marker for a solid 20 seconds, but that downer. That downer, he might not need a weapon. He might not need a weapon. Unarmed downer just quickly taking Fredazol's stock in the yellow.
That's got to be the absolute most disgusting feeling in this game when you're off stage and you hear clink. You're like, no way he did that down there, bro. Like, no way. That's how I always feel when I get hit by that. No way you just did that. Like, you know, that hurts. That hurts. Because he was barely touched on that stock. Like, that was absolute robbery. You know, that man's going to jail.
Yes, sir. I mean, talk about a robbery at its peak. I feel like he just got $1 million out that with that down air taking a yellow stock. That was definitely not what Fredazol wanted to happen there. And Fredazol being so confident off stage, right? Fredazol, as we saw previously, just loves going off stage on that safe, loves taking like long strings, taking quick stocks, just popping off down there. But Marco was like, you know what? I'll go there with you. I'll match you, and we'll see what happens. And what happened was not a result any of us were expecting.
Yeah, not at all. A nice 2-stock dub. And now we're going into this one. And they are just dancing around. Look, so this is going to be a really patient game, I can tell. Right? Neither one of them's really committing to too much. Oh my gosh. Talking about not committing, and he goes off stage. He's really committing. Nice weapon toss up to fight his way back through. That was scary for Friersall for the moment, but he plays very solid defense. Now, unarmed, he's dealing with these gauntlets. He goes over, gets the orb offside of the stage. He tried to go for a gravity cancel and got ground pounded. You know, after catching that and knowing that the dodge was going, I don't know why we didn't see Marker commit to more.
I don't know, but are you noticing these switch-ups? Because in the neutral game, they're kind of dancing. They're doing the salsa, going around each other. But as soon as it goes off stage, it's just mayhem. As soon as it goes off stage, they're just blasting. On the stage, they just kind of dance, they go around, they play footsies, and then it goes off stage. It's just Rammstein popping into, like, here comes the Sonne type stuff, you know what?
Yeah. Nah, for sure, yeah, like, that's interesting. I like that you brought that up. Like, seriously, when they're in the mid stage, so we're watching it right now, they're not really doing the most. He tried to go for a big neutral sig right there. And there goes that string that we saw earlier. It was not true, but he tried it again, right? Even though he landed the sideline. Oh! Chase down. He landed the ground pound off stage, committed to that bad boy pretty low, and got him a nice punish. Beautiful spacing and punish, and there's a nice punish on the recovery. Goes out there, catches the Sayer, get the job done on that one. Now, tied game. After I thought we were going to get a chance for Marker to create a bigger lead. Oh my gosh, he committed tough to that dare, and that is some scary stuff. Dog, and like you said, they're going bonkers when they go off stage. They're scaring the mess out of me, man.
Yes, sir, but now we are seeing a lot of neutral action happening here as Marker connects him with a gauntlet string, goes to the offstage. Now Friersall taking it back, goes offstage and gets that downer, not able to get anything off it. The bouncy connects. Can Marker confirm anything here? He does not. Friersall doing good movements, and it's so hard to actually get offstage going. That's why I always admire good offstage players like Friersall, Marker, Sarme, who else cooks offstage a lot. Yeah, those are the first ones that come to mind right now. Sandstorm is very good at offstage.
Oh, like, yeah, for sure. Experience?
It is pure experience, yeah. It is pure prediction offstage. You just gotta get a full-on read against your opponent, how he's gonna use his options, and it's so hard. That's why it's so incredible when people do offstage like they do sometimes. You know, it's just fully reading your opponent, full counter, as Meliodas would say.
Full counter, as Meliodas would say. I like that. That was bars. That was bars. Go Nair in recovery, not able to get in the Sayer. Still not going to be enough. At such high damage, I felt like that was going to be a KO. Still living. Trying to play the little side of the stage down there. Sayer again, mid-stage. Still not going to be enough. Weapon toss up. Very good movement to get back on stage. He did get the wall touch. Oh, recovery. What is going on?
Knocking out.
Does he have armor or something?
I don't know what just happened there. How did that not finish Marker off? But maybe he doesn't know either. He was just as surprised as we are because he fell right after. And now Friersall might follow along as he does not get knocked out by that recovery. Now Marker's still looking for the knockout. Goes for the sideline recovery. Trying to finish off. Interesting. Oh, I might be a little ahead. Interesting GC neutral sig there. Now evening out the game, and we are 4 minutes into the game, and they're just entering their last stock. With the pacing this is going, this is 2 minutes per stock. Both players being very careful, and you would think their stocks would end quicker the way they are going at each other off stage, but they always they go crazy on the offstage engagement. Oh!
Player 2 wins.
They do go crazy on the offstage engagement.
Don't hurt him. What? Nah, that was clean. Like, when he landed that neutral signature, I was like, okay, everything's cool, nothing's gonna happen. No, bro, he went all the way out there. I did not. There's nobody out there that saw that coming.
You know,
I was like, okay, he good. Like, and I thought when he went out there, he wasn't gonna be able to touch nothing. The chase dodge up. Oh my gosh!
Man.
Oh, that was disgusting.
That was Caster's Curse at its peak. I was just saying how they go at each other on the offstage, but don't take their stocks too quickly because they always like have a crazy offstage interaction and then reset neutral for like a solid minute where not much happens. But right as I say that, the exact opposite of what I say happens, and Marker just goes crazy on the offstage and takes it within like 10 seconds.
Yeah. That was
absolutely
insane. Wait, hold up.
Oh,
hold up.
Is
this for real?
Is it happening?
Bruh.
Man.
That what? Oh, okay, so there's a character sitting on the screen. If he gets picked, I'm gonna be tripping out because this is gonna be super exciting to see. But dog, that play, bro. Slow mo. Roll the replay again, bro. Come on, give me the replay.
Ooh,
you know what?
Unfortunate. Let's get a quick rundown of it then. Enlight, I believe, to send Rhydosol off stage. Then the GC neutral stick, right? And here we both thought, okay, he got something. I'm not sure if the Enlight actually started, but the GC NC definitely, he got a little something. He might finish him off. He just sent him into the orange. And then he did a chase dodge into a down air, I believe, and then the immediate jump side air, fully predicting every movement option that Rhydosol used there. Do you know how hard that is to do?
Oh, I know that was hard to do, and what I would have done if I got hit by that would not have been hard to do. I would have turned the game off. I would have been. That's the type of stuff that makes me stop playing. I can't get sauce like that. It hurts my inner psyche. By the way, guys, yeah, we can't watch the replay because I'm not gonna name anybody, but they got rid of the replay, man. They got rid of the replay. So unfortunately, we can't watch it.
And looking at this crazy offstage play that Marco just did, you are a basketball maniac, just like I am. If I say 2011, does any player come to mind that played just as quickly, just as strong, too fast, just like that?
2011? Are you talking about LeBron James?
No, I'm talking about the DR Derrick Rose. Prime time Rose.
Yes, sir. That was the most electrifying player to ever touch the NBA. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh, most definitely.
Like
you could argue Westbrook was up there. He averaging triple doubles for multiple seasons. Like Westbrook and Derrick Rose are definitely roughly the same archetype player. But there was just something different about D Rose, man. That guy brought a whole different energy to the game than you have ever seen before. And I feel like Marker, he switches it up. He obviously very patient player. Very long games that we've been seeing here so far. But sometimes it switches over to this high, fast, pure athleticism, somehow swinging that slow axe as fast as he did right there towards the end. That electricity, that explosiveness that just came out there.
So clean. Man. Yeah, we're getting really close to this reveal. And we're talking about basketball, dog. We got so many crossovers in this game. We've got wrestling. Where's the NBA crossover, man?
You're right.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me
get Dirk Nowitzki, bro.
Dirk Nowitzki. I'm German, I'm German. I love hearing Dirk Nowitzki.
One of the coldest players of all time, dude. He was so fun to watch. But guys, we are getting close. Are y'all ready out there to see this Battle Pass reveal? It is 15 seconds left, and the clock is ticking. That boy Slow Motion is super excited. Slow Mo, you want to come in here for the countdown? Count it down for us, Slow Mo. Oh no, wait.
5.
They can't hear him
4,
yet.
3,
2,
1, go!
What's going on, bearded brawl enjoyers? Welcome to Slow Motion's Battle Pass Season 9 Apocalypse Battle Pass reveal. A little redundant there. Slow Motion asked me to help him out with his Battle Pass reveal video, and he never said that I couldn't be in it. I hope you guys are ready to see skin number 2 of Battle Pass Season 9, Apocalypse. This is a pest you won't be able to swat away so easily.
All right. So it's that boy Reno. That boy Reno in the building. All right, I ain't mad at it. Whenever he dropped, I played me a bit of
What's going on, bearded brawl enjoyers? Welcome.
back and dabble in the character. You know what I'm saying? I'll see what's going on with him. Oh.
My VMix, some of my camera froze. I had to reconnect real quick. That was, the reveal was just too stunning. The reveal was too stunning. Reno, out of all characters, I didn't see that one coming.
I didn't either. I don't think anybody saw that coming, but hey, nice pick there. You know, there's so many characters in the roster to pick from. Got to give some love to all these underrepresented characters. Reno, dog. I mean, Blasters, had some changes. Orb is a super powerful weapon. Now, Blasters, where do you think that those are sitting, and would it be worth trying him in the current meta?
Questionable, honestly. I see a lot of tier lists, obviously, that a lot of pro players make, and I can agree with the general opinion that while Blasters is viable, it is definitely very far down on that tier list. Very far down. And I kind of agree with that. Every weapon, as of right now, the game is fairly balanced, is viable, and you can definitely play to a certain level. But if you want to get that edge above someone else, I don't think Blasters is the way to go as of right now. I don't think so.
I can feel that. So now, if everybody remembers, we were in the middle of a set, guys. And I wonder, there's some character swaps. I wonder if maybe we get some Reno going into this one. Who out there is excited to play some Reno? Any Reno mains in the chat? Are you guys excited out there?
Are you excited, guys? Because I saw, they got that whole Plague thing going on. We did not only get a Reno reveal, there was also a sidekick with that, the Plague Rat, I believe it was called. Is that going to be the theme? Is that going to be the theme of this battle pass? Just like plague, kind of infectious? Are we gonna get another Plague Doctor? I believe there's a Lucian skin, the Plague Doctor, but I feel like, you can never have enough of those. Those Plague Doctors are cool as hell. Some infection stuff going on. I'm excited for the rest of these reveals, man.
Oh yeah. We'll see more. Ain't nobody mad at it. I saw that little thing, the sidekick, dude. You saw his arms flailing. I was like, bro, what is he doing? That man is getting jiggy.
And man, going away from those reveals, are you seeing the pick that Frydosol has here right now?
No, look at markers. That's the part.
What is going on here? Exactly. What is happening, is it?
Marker picked his own character on
3,
him,
2,
but he does
1,
go with
brawl.
the Mechateros. And if you ever hear me talking, no, did he not mean this?
We are going to a reset. I don't think Frydosol meant to pick the Teros. Gonna switch back to us real quick for a while, I believe. Yeah. Maybe Frydosol was just messing around with his picks a little bit and didn't actually want to play the Teros, and then the map batting started to accident. Or something else went wrong, because he did just lock in Teros again. He says, sorry, something must have happened. What?
We'll find out.
We don't know.
We'll find out. They had a little break in between their set. The mental is reset for both players, but it is a 2-0 lead on the side of Marker. And he's going to be going with the Fate coming into this one.
Brawl.
Let's see what's cracking as he deals with the Teros of Frydosol. Coming off of, he switches and he's not playing either weapon that we've been seeing him play in this top 8. So now he's gonna have the axe and the hammer, see if he can deal with the orb.
I mean, Marker definitely has a scythe, right? Marker definitely has a scythe. We've seen him on Mirage. We've seen him on Mordex before. I have seen him on Mordex before multiple times. But Frida's on the Teros? So wow. Not something I've seen before, but seemingly very strong. And you know, I saw something on your face cam, I believe, earlier. You were sitting next to a fireplace.
Yes.
And I think Frida's Old is lighting that thing up right now as he lands that neutral sig, you know, turns on that fire. It's about to get warm in your house.
Oh, you know my man's Taro, so you know I love this character, and he hit him with the Taro special. It always is weird to me when I see people play this character in tournament play and they never attempt that sig. You know, the way he slid off stage with his perfect usage, got the stock off, and now he just has a very large lead. Scoopage, goes down on the side, tries to go for another scoop, stomp into sidelight. It's not going to be enough. Tried to go for the snare, not going to be able to touch. He's just looking for the big hit. Marker swinging away with that scythe, not able to catch anything, and then a swing and a hit, and a little bit of groove coming out from Fridazol as he gets a 3-1 stock lead.
Yes, sir. And I mean, 3-1 lead. This is definitely what Fridazol is looking for. I mean, considering Fridazol is down 0-2 right now, and then goes onto the Teros, one of the ballsiest moves I've seen from someone in esports. So when considering he's just known for his fade and nothing really else. I've seen him on the low-key a few times, like on his streams, but I've never really seen that Teros ballsy move. Very, very bold, and it's just seemingly working out. But can Marker adjust? Is this going to be the pick for the rest of that set? We will see in a second.
Yeah, he went for the gusto. Oh! That was a scary situation right there for Marker. He knew what he wanted. He had to play that perfect, and he was barely able to escape getting scooped. And now, pushing him off the stage. Ooh, man, he just challenged. Like, flies right back onto the stage and sails. That's out my man's. Oh my gosh, talking about a slide. Oh, Fridazol! He's hitting him with the stutter steps.
Yes, sir. And I mean, look at the damage there right now with the orange. This is basically one hit away from being a knockout zone for Teros. I believe the signature could finish him off here at any time, but Fridazol is also going up there in the damage. Marker, considering that he went down 3-1, did close down pretty well, but Fridazol taking it with a very confident 2-stock right there.
You know, I'm going to make up my own narrative here. All that stutter stepping, he's saying, get off my character, bro. This ain't what you want, dog.
I'm gonna allow myself to quote something here real quick. When Marker picked Fate, he said to Fry, "I'll teach you how to play Fate." We got a little bit of bickering going on there, you know, and I think Fridazol knows how to play Fate, as we have seen here. Fridazol knows how to do that exactly, and he's played around it perfectly, as he's got a strong 2-stock there while playing Terror. So I don't know if he's gonna keep playing. No, he's gonna keep playing the Teros. He's gonna keep playing the Teros. But Marker switched over to the Rayman, so now we have an Axe mirror match. Is that hammer gonna pull through for Fry? Because I believe we mostly saw Axe from Fridazol there game, unless I'm wrong. Did we?
Oh, he went back to the Rayman.
Yes, sir. Did Fridazol pick up the hammer at all that game? Because I don't remember the hammer happening too much.
He had it for a moment, but you could tell he didn't want it. You can tell.
So Fridazol definitely favoring the axe more, and maybe Marker noticed that and is going to try to force him onto the hammer, and we'll see how that works out. Because it is very hard, as long as the opponent takes control of the game in any type of way. He can weapon start you, he can kind of get your cycle of picking up the weapon into a bad rhythm that you don't want. If you have a definite favorable weapon, at which point you need your secondary weapon to work out well for you. And that is seemingly not the case here, as Fridazol confidently and comfortably gets the axe into hand. Now an axe mirror match here. And I'm gonna be real with you, Zip. Axe mirror matches, in my opinion, one of the least interactive things I can think of.
You know what the axe mirror match is? It's dare for dare. That's what the axe mirror match is. You side lights and dares. That's what this match is.
Yes, sir. I mean, I say least interactive, but it's interactive is a broad word, right? Because I'm thinking of the options, the attacks themselves, as he gets the strong recovery there. It is actually more interactive than one would think, because he does all that movement, all that positioning that's involved to actually connecting those moves. They might not seem like a move, but there's a lot of stuff going on in the background. So I'm kind of contradicting myself here, because my previous statement was wrong and just completely moved by my own bias from playing the game. Yeah, no. Very, very strong stuff going on. As Fridasoul is currently pretty far behind, as Marker is connecting those 2 down airs. Now in a very comfortable situation, connecting that downlight. And he's that Daryl's working out to hot from right now, as Marker gets that sidelight nair ground pound, sends him off stage. GC downsync, not quite able to finish off the stock for exclamation marks though. Not a good spot for Fridasoul here, as he is now back on the stage, sadly not for long. Off stage, Marker just playing around and schmooving on the gauntlets, getting that cider, and it is 3-2-1.
Fridasoul is having a really, really rough go at it right now. Tries to go for a ground pound, hit the side of the stage. Oh, boy, I thought my man gave up. He tried to go for a Sayer, not able to touch, get the punish. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. He got that. This dude is goofing. This dude is goofing right now.
This is looking unlikely.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be Rap City for your boy. Oh no, it's not. He's gonna be saved. Yeah, he's still gonna be able to play this one out. I thought he was toast for sure. Oh, neutral sig on the GC. Tries to go for the scoop. A nice dodge backwards.
Now, Fridasoul getting some damage going here. Marker in the knockout zone here. One move to finish him off. He does SD, I believe. I believe he pressed right there and went down to his last lock. No, Fridasoul going off stage, and we have all faced the Teros before that has done that GC neutral sig there, but it doesn't work out for him. As Marker gets that side layer recovery, and that is it. Marker taking it from Fridasoul 3-2-1 and loses quarterfinals, meaning Fridasoul is out of the tournament now.
That is gonna be it for him. Marker looked really, really good in that set. That was big time, man. Great stuff. Marker is really showing out this tournament. It's been some of the most exciting plays, some of the biggest highlights we've seen coming out from the player.
Oh yeah,
really aggressive player, and it's super fun to watch. The Rayman just came out with some heat, so we'll see what we get further on in the bracket, a little bit more of this tournament. I do see a player in the lobby, see another player in the lobby, and it looks like it's going to be Seema versus Saphir.
Yes, sir. We saw Seema only once here so far at the start of our block when we started casting. When we started casting, we saw Seema once in a 3-0 for Machete. I feel like we didn't get to see the true strength of Seema in that set. We didn't get to see how much he's capable of yet. And I feel like we might be able to see that in this set against Saphir.
I mean, I want to say, I think he played very well. I don't think
he did for sure.
Yeah, right. Like I think we saw the power. I think he was just overpowered by Machete. Machete was just playing so well with the Lin Fei that it could overshadow what he was doing a little bit. But Seema was playing pretty nice. He had good moments. He had some pretty close games. Like even though it was 3-0 Machete's way, he had shining moments. He had a chance to take a few of those rounds. So either way, like you said, we're still going to get to see him again. We're going to see if he gets to put on a bigger and better performance. But Saphir, that Ogre, was looking good when he was on stream last time.
It was indeed, and we know he has a pocket pick behind there with the Teros. Does Seema have a pocket pick? Is he going to stay with the Jeyun the entire time? We don't know, because I feel like if you know how to play one greatsword character, you kind of know how to play all the other greatsword characters as well. Though some stat differences can influence how greatsword plays, I believe. I've talked to a greatsword main about this before. Speed is very important for greatsword. So a low-speed character like Arcadia, for example, makes it a lot harder to string those greatsword moves, apparently, than on like a high-speed character like Jeyun.
Yeah, you are correct. I mean, that's one of the big reasons why people go for him. I mean, obviously, He has the sword and he has a sig pack. I think just all around, he's just a better choice. But yeah, you're definitely right on the speed aspect of why people tend to not go the route of the other greatsword characters. But there's also just so many other things surrounding why they wouldn't pick them. And I mean, I think logically the one that we named earlier, Magyar, is just a good pick because he has that big defense. But either way it goes, Jae-Yun is just undeniably the best greatsword character. Ogrim, one of the best characters in the game, going to come in here with that axe, high damage, and a lance.
3, 2,
we're going to see what we're going to get here
Brawl.
in this match to see which one of these guys gets to move forwards in the bracket to that loser semis.
Yes, sir, and we're starting off on Small Mammoth Fortress as Seema picks up the sword, Sapphire picks up the axe, and already looking kind of strong for Sapphire as Seema tries to get rid of the sword to get that greatsword for himself, as Sapphire now controls the weapons, controls the stage, and juggles Samuel there a little bit to get him down to the orange, while Sapphire is still in the yellow, barely been touched, but get the nair juggles going, but now Seema in control of the stage, gets that greatsword!
Dang!
Gets that greatsword going, sends Sapphire off stage. Fight. Didn't get too much of it, but did get quite a lot of damage. Oh wow! Takes Sapphire's first stock there, and
We're finding out something early on. His greatsword defense does not look very good. He doesn't quite look like he knows what to do when the strings get started. We've been seeing different defense against this weapon throughout this tournament so far. And right now, I think that might be the worst defense we've seen yet. Nice got job dipping down that time to get out of the reset. Landed a Sair. He's got to land a hit here and get the stock off because he is taking big chunks of damage off the second stock.
you know, definitely you talk about the defense and him really struggling with that greatsword defense, and you can definitely tell that Sapphire is trying to figure out what to do against the greatsword. Yeah, how do you move? How do you go about this? Like approaching the greatsword, not getting hit by the greatsword too much, getting out of those strings, not getting finished. And I don't know what happened there. I believe Seema pressed a bit too many attacks to get himself up there, and once again, now still almost a full stock lead, and Sapphire, at the top level of players, the question is always how well do you adapt? Because you can always have a bad start to a game, but the question is how well do you go from there? Because obviously a Brawlhalla tournament set does not end after one game, and we have seen plenty of reverse 3-0s in the time of the esports of Brawlhalla.
Oh, that's for sure. It doesn't end after one game, and this game is not quite done, right? Okay, that's going to be the cleanup of that stock right there. And it's still pretty dominant on the side of Seema at the moment, especially since his first stock was SD, right? So
yeah,
it's still doable on the side of Saphir, but we're really going to have to see some changes on the defensive end. I think is the main key for Saphir. But right now, his offense is getting rolling. He's doing a little bit of something. Caught again on the reset, though. Eating big chunks of damage. Nice there. Yes.
Ooh. Finishes off Seema's second stock here. He himself in the, how did you call it? Gold, like crisp gold? You had a term for it earlier. Glazed yellow?
I just called that one. That was goldish yellow.
Goldish yellow. Oh, yeah. But now in
this
the
is
red,
Sriracha.
no longer the goldish yellow. This is what?
This is Sriracha right here. That's what color his health bar is right now.
I don't even know that word.
Oh, so there's a lot of damage on here. Oh, he tried to go for the gusto. That might cost him everything. Yes, it does. Dare's good from Jae-Yun. Seema himself. He's going to take game number one after a very, very strong performance. 590 damage to the 423 coming out on the Ogrim side. Saphir, I mean, he started to pick it up towards the end of the game. Later on, he started doing a lot better. I think his second stock was his best stock. But either way, it wasn't enough, even after an SD on the side of Seema. Let's go into game number two. Same characters. And it's time to box, man. We're going to see if Saphir can really do something here.
I feel like towards the end, Sapphire had major adaptation going on, because at the start it just looked like Seema was going to take two stocks, no issues, not even going down one stock, and then he SD'd, and from there the pacing, Sapphire got more control over the stage, got to do more of what he wants, and that's when he really got time to execute and mess around a little bit, experiment. I could adapt this way, I could do this to potentially play around what Seema was doing, and it seemed to really started. Looked like it was starting to fill out what was filling up his brain there. Like, you know, all those pathways, all those crossways kind of connected, they intertwined, and they all arrived at the same destination. And I feel like that might be what we see this game as so far. Zephyr looking pretty good, but Seema connecting some big hits here. You know, you might have adapted, but so can Seema. Going down to the second stock there.
He's looking really good with the lance right now, so he opts to go back to it after he takes a pretty clean stock. He took just a little bit of damage. It wasn't too bad. Nice job. Going to get the touch. Trying to go for the double snare. Not there. Yeah, he's getting some chains here. He's chaining together some strings. He's getting some good damage. Try to go for the GC. Ooh, that could have been bad. If he would have got caught by maybe a downlight Sair and that punish, that could have been bad.
Ooh.
Doesn't decide to go out and finish the stock. Trying to go for the dare. Nothing.
Zephyr looking really good on the lance right now. Trying to go in with the unarmed here. Drops the downlight ground pound. Went in a little bit with a little bit too much momentum there to hit the ground pound. Does go down there after the swoosh coming in, the recovery. Now the downlight GC NSIG, quite not close to even confirming the knockout there, but good for damage buildup. And I feel like not a lot of people do downlight GC NSIG on unarmed anymore. I feel like most people only do D-like ground pound or D-like recovery. And why is that? I remember something being changed about unarmed. I feel like there was a change to the stun frames on downlight, making the downlight NSIG more difficult to hit.
Well, we saw earlier somebody attempted it. They actually tried it twice. One of them missed and the other one hit. I can't remember which player it was. So it was attempted. I don't know why people don't do it, to be honest, though. It is normally ground pound and sometimes recovery. Yeah, it's less on the GC neutral.
Yeah, because I remember back in the days, like everyone went for D-Light GC NSIG. Because I remember, was it in a Dobrain video or somewhere else where someone taught everyone that that was the ideal thing to go for them for the extra damage and the extra force. But at some point, the downlight stun frames, I believe, got changed, and then everyone kind of started going for only ground pound and recoveries, which is kind of rough. But going back to the game and away from that, Seema is not looking too healthy right now. So he is one hit away from being knocked into game 3.
Yep. And talk about getting knocked away. Still wasn't enough on the gravity cancel down Sig. And he's going to get down aired double time, and it's going to be 1-1. Saphir getting himself on the board.
Yes, sir. And now Saphir, you know, he did a lot of things different there that game. He did a lot of things different there. I feel like he stayed more on the lance than on the axe than previously. He kind of played around Seema a lot more, took stage control for himself, forced Seema into disadvantaged states where he was near the corner and couldn't really utilize his kit as much as he would like to.
So we're getting into this one. Yeah, he definitely didn't get rolling the way that he wanted to last game. I think the Greatsword defense was a little bit better on the side of Saphir that game. See, right? Like, so he's not getting looped the way that he was in the first game. The very first game, he just was getting clipped every single time. Oh, yeah. Every dodge he did was baited, and it was properly punished. This time, he's doing a better job. He's fading back with his dodges. He's going up. Like, he's making sure he doesn't get caught by too much. And caught by a Sair, almost enough. Tried to go up to the top and catch him with another one. To close the stock, wasn't able to get it. That one's still not going to be enough from the far left of the stage. Goes for the recovery. Ooh. No. And still alive here. A chance to try to take the stock first. Nope. And Saphir with a Sair. 3 of them it took. And finally one to get him the lead 3-2.
Now, Zip, you're more of the NA expert when it comes to us too. And if we're talking lands, it's like the first thing to come to mind is Cosmos, right? What would you say?
And Stingray to me.
Oh yeah, Stingray too. Though when I think Stingray, I also think Spear, like both Spear and Lance.
Oh no, that's for sure Spear.
Yeah,
I just think that his Lance is ridiculous, and people don't put him in that category. I don't get it.
Oh, for sure. But what is the difference between Saphir and someone like Cosmos? What is he doing on Lance that's like kind of setting them apart, like region-wise? Because obviously regions tend to have different game play styles.
So, Koslix, so you saw right there, he just threw that signature out. Koslix throws that side sig out a lot. But he's actually pinpoint with it. Like, he catches it a lot. So he does that a lot. and his nairs, he lands a lot of like he'll do like falling nair into recovery and gets a lot of damage pickups. So one of the things that I notice is Costless's early stock gameplay. He plays it really slow with soft touches and tries to keep you close to him instead of doing like sayers and stuff to carry you off the stage. He keeps you close, racks up damage, and then he starts going for big haymakers with his side signature and things like that. So that's the difference, I would say. I think this is there's nothing wrong with this. It's a very good lance from Saphir, but I think it's a more run-of-the-mill regular style of play, and Kostlix has his own brand.
Yeah, I can see that. Like he has more of a niche, unorthodox gameplay that he has molded by himself. While Saphir, you say, is more like other lances, but in his own way. He's good, but more orthodox.
He's just good because he's good. That was a nice jump off the stage. Got him with a dare, and he's gonna create a lead for himself. But yeah, I'm not saying anything bad about Saphir at all. He's good because he's good. I don't think that this is to me, this isn't Premier Lance. He's just playing the game very well. Whereas when you see somebody like Kostlix and who am I thinking of? The South American player, Wes, right? When you see them with the Lance, that's a completely different video game they're playing. It looks completely different than anybody else's Lance. And it's because they both have their own tactics. Wes has setups that he does where he takes you off the side of the stage and he might kill you.
Wes is crazy, man.
He plays this weapon so different. Kostlix, like I said, he plays a really tight knit, wants to stay right there with you and keep you close to him. He just racks up damage. A lot of downlight actually too. We're not seeing too much of that from Seema. He'll play a lot of grounded. Kostlix will play a lot of grounded Lance and just keep you right there on him and keep on racking up stuff with the downlight. And then if you want to jump, then he starts doing that nair recovery style rack up, right? But anyway, Saphir is definitely doing a great job. I just think it's a pretty normal Lance, and right now it is not doing the best. We see, nice job. He's got the axe now. His axe is really
clean.
Tries to go for a neutral sig, not able to get that. Another neutral light, and now he has no weapon. Damn, what? There's no way he misses. No way. GC downlight is gonna get the job done for Seema and the J Young.
Is Saphir a controller player by any chance? Because I feel like it's easier to miss and put a taunt on there. If anyone knows, because it's just the joystick, right? But going into this last two games, Saphir was looking so strong, so in control with the lance. That's what we were talking about, just dominating Seema kind of. But Seema has made adaptations to the lance now, it seems. As the game is a lot more even once again, as he's kind of taken advantage of what Saphir was going for previously, and not really letting him do that work.
Not letting him do that work at all. He gave him enough time on that reset to get his dodge back, so he wasn't able to get the close. And that was actually leaked out to the side of the stage a lot, and I feel like it would have put him in a bad situation. You see it? Right? Oh, he wasn't able to catch him before he hit the ground. So I go for a reset, but turn the wrong way on the in light. Sufficient with the recoveries. That was one of the things that was to his detriment in the set before, those grounded recoveries. That's what actually we saw Machete capitalize on when he went against Seema. But right now, Seema's been able to get those off. He's not going to be able to get back to the stage, so he will fall off into a 2-1 deficit. Lead in Saphir's way, 2-1 on stocks and 2-1 for game score. So Saphir just needs one more stock to close this bad boy out. Let's see what happens. Coming in here nice, gonna get the carry off. Tried to go off with the dare, no. Gets his lance back. He's back on stage. He's highly damaged. Seema really has to do something big here to get this stock off before he eats too much damage, and the Sayer's gonna do it.
Now Seema needs to do something big here. As he is in the orange, he's in that gold yellow.
Goldish yellow, yes.
Goldish yellow. Now he is on the greatsword. He is on a very high strength potential weapon. Now keeps it going here. He connects those sidelight and light bridges, but is not confirming anything off of it. Now in the red himself, if he goes down here, he's out of the tournament. This is top 4. Can he hold on? He gets cider. He's on the offstage. He's in the red. Ooh, Saphir could get a finish here. as he throws away the axe here, now going unarmed against Brainstorm, which could be a bit of a risky situation. Does get the line to pick up here, and I feel like one of the biggest struggles Seema has had here so far is countering those side airs on the ground. Ooh. Almost
he finally
finishing
caught the
stuff.
reset. It still wasn't enough. That is unfortunate because now he's in a situation where, look at that, Sayer's there, and now a neutral light from the axe, still not gonna get the KO. He come off the side, yes. He tried a GC downlight. That was not the play, brother. And it's gonna be 3-1. Saphir moving forwards in the bracket. And Seema is going to be done for the day after a pretty good run with the J Young.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at him, man. He played a great game, man. But let's take a look at the replay. I want to see exactly if I'm right. I feel like he did GC downlight as he was coming back.
I think it was a GC end light, if I'm not wrong.
Was it? All right. Well, either way, it was.
We only saw the startup first for a second. Yeah.
Yeah, it was GC something that didn't work. That's what it was.
Yes, sir. Well, that was an interesting set we had there. You know, Saphir showing us what Lance can be like, on the other hand, comparatively to other Lance players that we have seen here so far in the top level of top 8. Like that orthodox playstyle can take you places. You know, basics is always important. And if you are strong in the basics, you have a strong foundation, that is the tower that you can build. If the foundation is wider, the more high your tower is going to be. And I think that's a good example of what Saphir did there. Strong basics and execute on those and just put those blocks on top of each other.
No, that's for sure. That's 1000% for sure. And I just want to reiterate, there was no shade when I was talking about the Lance. I think I was pretty clear about that.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I want to make sure that's a fair.
I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. He's, like I said, he's just really good with the weapon. I don't think that his Lance stands out. That's not shade. It's just his player skill is what shines over his Lance play to me, and that's, you know what I'm saying, much love out there. But guys, that was the last set for me and Eagle.
Oh,
that
that's
was gonna
sad.
be the last one for us. I feel like I don't want to go. I had such a good time chilling with you and you guys in the stream, but unfortunately, it's gonna be it. We're gonna be doing a little caster change here in a little bit. Y'all gonna have some new faces.
Who are we handing it over to? I believe Duke and Sparky, I think. If I remember the lineup correctly, I believe we're handing it to Duke and Sparky.
The
Yes,
boys,
sir.
the real ones,
The
Ducamus
real
Maximus and Sparkalicious.
Man, I got to take a picture with Sparky at Valencia. That man has crazy outfits. His grip is insane.
That dude definitely got some crazy outfits. I ain't gonna lie to you. His sweater game, second to none.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
But yeah, we're dragging here, dog. We're gonna go ahead and get up out of here, guys. Hope y'all had fun hanging out with us. I've been ZipMasterFlex. That is EagleAdi, and we will see y'all next time.
See you, everyone.
up, y'all? It's Super Bowl Sunday, but more importantly, it's dude,
Come on! It's Bearded Brawls Sunday, baby! It's DarkHeart's Desire! It's a few weeks after Winter Warzone! The esports season starts in less than a week! What are we doing?
I tried, man. You said me like 3 seconds before he turned our mics on, and I was just trying not to mess up while he was turning our mics on. But guess what? We're in the top 4 here. Bearded Brawls, but also want to point out that the Battle Pass skin has been revealed. A Battle Pass skin has been revealed. It's not, is it Relentless Pest Reno? Is that right?
It is Relentless Pest Reno. Which you will know that I am double excited about because you and I were playing twos like a day ago. And who did I say I'm starting to play more? And who did I spend a lot of games playing?
Pesty characters.
Reno.
Yes.
It was Reno. I want to be a little bug. I want to scrounge around on the floor like the bug that I am.
Yeah, Reno, of course, very cool. And if you want to see that reveal, you can go over to brawlhalla.com/battlepass and check out the TikTok that Slow Motion uploaded. He also has put it out on Twitter as well. Y'all know, it's Slow Motion. You could just look down there. But otherwise, we're in the top 4 things. We got Machete, Munir, Marker, and Sapphire.
Yeah, Marker and Saphir, who are the 2 players in the elimination semifinal side of things, those are the kind of, I'll say, quote-unquote, outliers. If we look at who we were kind of dealing with at Winter Warzone a few weeks ago when we had, like, Acno in the top 4, we had Bamya, who was kind of the more or less new kid on the block, which then, fortunately, Bamya later said on Twitter that they have other things to do, and they're probably going to be taking a step back from the game, although they might play Winter Championships, but that's for another day. Here, we have 2 maybe new entrants into the upper echelon of the EU scene. Marker, of course, coming off of a 3-1 very strong victory against Frydazol to make it into the elimination semifinals. And then on the other side of that was Saphir taking out Seema in a 3-1 as well to make it into the elimination semifinals. But before that, we're going to be looking at 2 people who we are very familiar with, who most people, if you've watched the EU scene, if you've watched Brawlhalla Esports on the international size of things in general, you know Machete, you know he's from the French community, you know Munir as well. We've seen a lot of Munir. Munir just won something recently. Do you remember what it was called, or do I have to look it up?
You would probably know better than I. The thing that stands out to me about Munir, and why I think people at home who maybe haven't been consistently following the EU scene are going to be like, why is Munir higher PR? The thing that stood out to me is because he did really well at that one offline event, the LAN DreamHack Valencia, and that's where Munir really kind of cropped up and has been looking really good. On the other side, Machete, he's a consistent demon. But I guess it's been a hot minute since he's been up here in the top 4 things.
Hold on, give me a second.
No, you do it. You got it.
Munir is just in game,
spamming
the cross, looking at
I
want to
fight him.
I gotta tell him to chill, bro. We gotta do our intro, man. Relax. Munir just won the Kingdom in-house tournament.
Yes, okay.
That's what he tweeted about less than 24 hours ago. So coming off of a tournament win, that in-house Kingdom tournament, it's going to be exciting to see what Munir has today.
Yeah, I am interested to see what he's going to be bringing out. Of course, currently locked in on the Petra, and then of course on the other side, Machete is currently locked in on the Lin Fei. I gotta admit, I've been under rocks. I've been sleeping in caves for the last 2 months since esports took a little bit of a hiatus. So these picks are a bit of an oddball pick for me. I was not expecting this on either side. Of course, Machete, I know he's got his Zol, so I know he's got Cannon. But Lin Fei in 2024 without 9 decks? What are you doing?
I mean, you have the people out there that are on Twitter that are saying, like, Cannon has the worst neutral in the game, except, like, and let's just say that may be true. I don't know if I agree with it or not, but you still have people picking Cannon. So why are you picking Cannon? You're picking Cannon for those other explosive moments. It's for that ability to carry someone over to the edge when you get a dodge read. It's that explosive ability on the edge coming into those 45-degree angles. Brawl. Of course, the very strong ground pound that if you hit someone in orange, you're likely setting up for the free KO, especially when we're on a map like this that has a bunch of runway. You also have the juggle opportunity as well. But like you said, we do have relatively low levels on these characters. I think Machete is like level 38 on the Lin Fei, which isn't nothing. But Munir's coming in at like 32 on the Petra, so we're not seeing the 70s, the 80s, the 90s.
Yeah, they're both in their 30s on both characters. Good fastball from Machete to get away from that ground pound from Munir. Ends up turning it around with that side air as well. Machete looking really solid and is over to the Kataras. Is this the reason why he wants to play the Lin Fei as well?
Yes, absolutely. I think this legend is great because Katars are great, but we're talking about 45-degree warriors. You know, I was complaining about 45-degree warriors the other day when we were playing twos. Orb Dare is perfect for that, and that's going to give him something that he doesn't have. If we're talking about the gauntlets that he has in his hands right now, he does not really have that 45-degree angle approach, or really even that long-range approach, unless we're talking about the D-Light, but Orb just gives you a lot of that range to kind of make up for what you lack in the gauntlets.
Yeah, I feel like Orb Dare in particular is going to be really useful in this specific matchup just because Katar's Cannon, neither of them have a really strong aerial anti-attack for that. They don't really have a diagonal that can go against that down air from the Orb.
Yeah, it's like maybe the best tool is try to bait out the down air and then dash in and it hits the side light exactly like he just did, because it kind of has that anti-air property similar to like a spear side light.
Right now, Munir back over to the Orb, goes for the end sig. That's going to lock him down. Machete just to soft punish that side air, wants to hit him at the very least.
Being very careful. He didn't actually spend a lot of time on that edge. He's probably worried about that down signature coming over the corner that Machete has. There's the side signature. That's going to be the KO. Machete only about halfway through this second stock. We'll see what he sticks with here. He's juggling his weapons to delay the spawn, and he's going to stick with the cannon. Goes for the dash in light, but there you see the punish instantly from Munir. Ooh, I don't know if Machete thought he was going to be on the ground and that was going to be an in light, or if he expected Munir to be right above him and really wanted to go with that nair. My guess would be he hoped it was going to be an in light when he was on the ground.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get just that frame-perfect end light on landing, and unfortunately was just a frame too early. But Munir takes full advantage, cleans it up, and starts pushing a big damage lead out onto Machete off of, what, 5 hits on the gauntlets?
Now the Katars are coming in, going to be able to go at that more quick startup, lower damage, more kind of string-heavy weapon. So we're going string to string with Machete on the Katars versus Munir's gauntlets, and it's coming out in Machete's favor here. Only just a little bit, though. Munir's done a great job of coming back, ending those stocks right after his gets taken away, but now he's without a weapon. In light, setting up for the edge guard. Weapon toss, still has the dodge.
Oh, I like the babysitting from Machete, but he ended up on the stage instead of going for that ground pound. Still cleans up the stock, though.
So if we're looking at Machete's legends, I'm looking at brawlhalla right now. His highest leveled Katar legend, I gotta scroll a little bit. It's a Suri. A level 42 Asuri is his highest leveled Katar legend. His highest level cannon legend, though, is the Sidra. He has a level 62 Sidra, and that is his second highest leveled legend.
3, 2,
Well,
1.
at the very least, I think Machete does have a pretty large character pool. Like, he does seem like the type of person to get multiple characters up into the 30s and 40s.
Yes, he's definitely someone who has like 4 or 5 level 50s, 4 or 5, no, actually maybe like 20 level 40s. But we're seeing Munir kind of reach into that legend pool that he has and bring out something we're definitely more used to, definitely on the axe side of things coming out from Munir.
Yeah, this feels like the EU play as of late. It's like, oh, you lost a game? Switch over to Taros. And it's definitely working against Machete right now.
Yeah, Winter Warzone was like dominated by so many different Axe players, and of course, probably about half of those, I'm just guessing with that, were Taros. There was like Acno on the Ragnir in there, but a lot more dominated on Axe than we're seeing here during DarkHeart's Desire. But yeah, we still, of course, have that Taros representation.
You're trying to catch Machete's jumps. You see a lot of downlights coming out from Munir, but now Machete disarmed. Ensig thrown out. That's going to be an easy punish for Machete.
This is going to be Munir's highest leveled legend. As he gets sent over to the edge, that inlight likely going to lead to the KO. There's the dodge coming out, and there's the punish. Did still get the touch, but that down air absolutely going to secure that stock, give Machete complete control of the weapons here, have map control as well, but he's going to dash over to the side, let Munir land in the middle of the stage, use some of those iframes. Setting through the edge guard, has the hammer in hand. See if Machete keeps chasing him.
We're trying to catch that landing of Machete. You can see him trying to stay just under and wants to hit that stomp. This time he would be the stomp sider, but Munir going out real deep right now.
Munir's using those down airs really well, especially with Machete trying to come in with like the KO move of the Katar recovery. That is a classic KO move for Katar players, especially when they're not trying to like do a side air on the edge or a ground pound or anything like that. The standard way to KO, if not using a signature, is that recovery. So having that scoop that Munir is timing really well to get priority is just so good for him. He's at the lead right now. We're seeing the signatures come out from Machete. We'll see if he's getting a little bit hasty. Munir bringing out some hammer swagger.
He wanted that second recovery. I wanted it for him as well, but Machete managed to avoid it. Good dash from Munir. Gets behind that side sig, but once again, he's going real aggressive in this offstage. Stop, gets the recovery, no weapon toss. Still has the hammer, but he can't get that final blow just yet.
He wants it so bad, but he's not too hasty with it because, one, he's not falling for all of these signatures. He's not falling for any of these cheeky, goofy hits from Machete, but also he was very careful in when he wanted to use his final recovery over on the edge. You could see he wanted to hit it. It was in the back of his mind, like, if I hit this, it's going to be so sweet. I'm going to love it. Everybody's going to pog. But he didn't just throw it out right away. He didn't tunnel vision on it. He was being careful. And so he survived in that offstage engagement, which got him back to the stage. He eventually lost his stock, but of course, by the time the game was over, he absolutely won that game. And he showed Machete why he swapped to this so quickly.
I swear he was not dash landing like that when he was on the Petra, but that dash landing, it looks like it's just swag, but there's also a level of like changing up that timing that really makes it tricky for Machete to know when that aerial side air is going to come out. Is he just dash landing to show off? Is he coming with just a faster approach? Or is he actually going to just run out here and smack me with a side air?
Yeah, the way he was playing Petra was just, it felt more like straightforward, and it felt like he was doing the things that he was supposed to do. He set up a checklist ahead of time, he had his flow chart, and he was checking off the boxes one at a time. But now that he has the Taros, his highest leveled legend, coming in at level 69, he looks so much more confident. He has so much more swagger, there's a lot more skill expression and personal expression in the way he's playing compared to the Petra.
It's looking good, but I will point out Machete did bring that one closer to even, as the last one started off really strong in Munir's favor, but now we're kind of relatively even here in game number 3. Munir falling a little far there, but the end sig. That's a KO, really?
That's insane.
No, come on. Yo,
that's your guy.
Help me with my propaganda
that's
against
your guy
him so that we don't have to nerf him. It's fine. Just, come on, help me.
Oh,
right,
he's still delivering the business, man.
Dude, chase dodge up there. Okay, taking notes. Gravity cancel, side sig, but it drops.
Yeah, you've seen him do those vertical chase dodges now twice. That one was a chase dodge up, and before we saw goes into that charge sig. Before, in game 1, we saw him do a chase dodge down when he had the hammer in his hand so that he could reach up with the recovery and grab his opponent sitting in the blast zone. Nice GCD light into the recovery. Dude, if you showed me game 1, and then you showed me game 2, I'm looking at 2 different players.
Yeah,
there's
just a whole different person.
It's not the same guy.
Dude, what? He got away with that? That's a side light, down light, gravity cancel, down light. That's not a really common option for the X players out there. Oh, nice grab down though.
Ooh, Machete's going to disengage. He threw the weapon down. That gave him some room, but he was at the weapon disadvantage. Didn't want to mess with Munir over on the edge. The bouncing, just bouncing him off the stage, dribbling like a basketball with those axe down airs reaching high. Okay, Machete's starting to find his way in.
Yeah. When you were talking about dribbling, it was Machete that was dribbling Munir off of the stage. Just bounce him around with the down like ground pound. Munir hits just a little bit harder coming in with that 8 base strength Taros. Yo, the instant swap from Machete.
To Arcadia. Let's see. Let me pull up Machete's brawlhalla. Shout out brawlhalla. We love that. Get through it through the pro stats. Shout out pro stats. We love that. Prostats.brawlhalla.com. brawlhalla's loading. It's slow. AWS running the back end. Come on, let's get it going. Where is this Arcadia on the list?
While you figure it out, we're here into game number 4. Machete hoping this Arcadia is going to be the thing to keep him alive here on the upper side of the bracket. And it is a far cry from what he was bringing to the table earlier. Now he's looking for great sword and spear stuff, but he might be looking for a wall touch. Does get it.
So as you know, there are 61 legends currently in the video game of Brawlhalla. The Arcadia is his 52nd highest leveled legend. In at level 24. Doesn't even have the black color scheme unlocked yet.
Yo, he's just farming experience points.
He might be.
All right, side light coming out from Machete, looking for some great sword stuff. Saw the dodge out, but he didn't connect with that neutral light. Might have just slightly mistimed it.
Throwing that one right close at his feet. Munir is just going to completely overspace all of that, giving it all the respect that it deserves. Does not want to get caught on this stalk. Wants Machete to come in onto him so that he can find that neutral light, send over to the edge, pick up another one. Oh my gosh, the onstage in-sig with the extra little bit of stun from the weapon toss into the side sig. He's now 2 stocks up on Machete.
Machete is struggling here against Munir's Teros. Showing Munir definitely had more in the tank after that Petra, because like you said earlier, this is a whole different player. Ooh, what? Machete.
That weapon toss went straight down, and Machete was just a little bit to the left of it. Munir thought he was safe enough to land right on top of that weapon toss that he threw down, and there was the side heavy from Machete. Just not even going to engage with that, not even worried about it whatsoever, staying all the way on the edge. He knows that Munir has to, or that Machete has to come to him.
Stomp, nothing. Okay, Munir, he's feeling cheeky right now. He's feeling real cheeky right now. Stomp, stomp, nothing. At any time, he could rush Mappy. He's going for the double recovery. Is Machete 2 damage now? Okay, well, weird ground pound. Misinput. Finish it with a down sig. Or not.
There was the side, hoping to grab the landing. The GC sidelight in the air.
One more hit from Machete. Munir, though, is going to catch the recovery. Nice pivot there on that recovery as well to get that back end to connect first. And Munir going to take it 3-1.
Yeah, that was very confident for Munir, and we're not early in the bracket. Ladies and gentlemen and everybody in between, we are not in top 32, we are not in top 12, we're technically in top 8, yes, of course, but that was winners finals. That was a 3-1 for Munir, moving on over Machete, forcing the legend swap onto a legend that Machete did not look confident with whatsoever, and now Munir finds himself in the grand finals.
Yeah, Munir looking really solid. Like you said, hot off the win for the Kingdom in-house. Well, looks like he wants another win against some people that aren't necessarily in Kingdom, although 3 out of the 4 people in top 4 are in Kingdom, so it's really just to bully Machete, I guess.
So the question is, who is going to fight Munir? There are 3 players still left in this tournament, hoping for their chance to fight Munir. One of them, of course, is Machete, who just lost. He's going to be going down and sitting in the elimination finals. Of course, we have 2 players that we talked about a little bit earlier, Marker and Saphir. Of course, you said both of them are from Kingdom Come, so they're a part of the Kingdom Cinematic Universe, the KCU, as we like to call it here. And we have Saphir in the lobby. I'm not too familiar with Saphir. Do you know much about Saphir?
I know Saphir he's been around for a hot minute, has been definitely playing that Ulgrim. I want to say I've seen Saphir a little bit more in 2s, but that's kind of like the most knowledge that I have. It's just Saphir's been around, has been playing Ulgrim, does pretty all right. This, I would say, is probably one of the better performances from Saphir, but also, you know, it's a whole new year. It's 2024, baby. I want to see who Saphir had to go through to get here, though. Looks like it's been a lot of a lower bracket run for a while now. From the lower bracket, beat Pain, Para, Jasir DQ'd out, and then Saphir beat Shadra and then Seema to get here against Margaret.
So both of these players are kind of on the same level in terms of their esports pedigree so far. We have Marker coming in at PR34. We have Saphir coming in at PR31. And because they're kind of closely matched with one another, they've seen each other a little bit in tournaments. Not a lot, especially when you're around that like 30 range. You have a lot of other people, so sometimes the RNG just like doesn't line up to where you run into each other. But they have, in terms of all events, they're 2-2 with one another. They're even. And in games, it does favor Marker by 2. So they're 5 and 7 in favor of Marker. But overall, in terms of matches, they're set even 2-2.
Okay, well, the other thing that they're even in is at least having an axe. They definitely are both going to be coming in with axe characters. We saw Saphir again back on that Ulgrim. Marker was playing Rayman earlier, and I do believe Marker swapped for a game in his previous set, but is back onto the Rayman. Do you remember who he swapped to?
He was playing against Frydazol, and
it
was a cringe swap too, because he said, "I'll show you how to play Fate," and then he got dumpstered by Fry's Teros. And then he swapped back on to the Rayman and ended up, of course, winning the set.
I'm trying to find an apt analogy for the feeling that evokes of like, it is kind of like the walk of shame where you say a bunch of stuff and you have to now like deal with the fact that everybody saw you eat those words, but also you still won the set. So are you that ashamed?
I mean, you should be for this and this reason only. Like, I understand the mental desire to swap onto the legend that is maybe giving you a little bit of trouble, or if you want to like show your opponent something. But calling your shot like that, that's where you made the mistake. Calling your shot is such a risk.
It's like the classic like yelling Kobe and then completely airballing. That's what happened there. But Saphir showing how it's done.
This is what Zip and Real EagleAdi were talking about earlier. They were talking a lot about Saphir's lance specifically. There were some comparisons, not of course a one-to-one comparison, but it was all along the conversation of like the way Kostelix plays, the way West plays, the way, I can't remember they were talking about, Stingray. You know, all of them were kind of different compared to Saphir, but still Saphir deserved to be at least in the conversation of strong modern lance players. Of course, not on the same level as a West, a Kostelix, or a Stingray, but still, we could see a new lance legend start to rise in EU. The way he got away from that D-Light was fantastic, and he still made it back.
Yeah, that was a really good side air chase dodge forward from Saphir to hold on to that stock for a little while longer. But I also feel like he's thinking, you know what, maybe I'll just stay with Lance for the rest of this one, because his axe did struggle in the mirror match against Marker.
Catching the landing. Oh, Saphir doesn't spend any time on the wall whatsoever. Immediately goes back to the main stage. One of the biggest things that I think worked for Saphir was his punishes, his whiff punishes specifically, and doing it with the side air. That was one of the biggest things that led him to victory, I believe, against Sema earlier.
Well, right now, he's the one who's getting punished for a lot of whiffs. He's throwing out a lot and getting punished every single time. There you see again, whiff the downlight, Marker's there with the punish. Whiff the neutral light earlier, Marker's there with the punish. Neutral light comes out from Marker, and Saphir might be down in a big way, but the end sig doesn't connect. Down air, and Marker is up 2 stocks to 1.
Saphir's spacing on the edge is like not bad though. That GC Ensig was pretty solid. It was very close to hitting, and he was still able to make it back. Of course, he lost the overall edgeguard engagement in the long run, but still, especially after being able to fade away using the kind of higher movement speed that Ulgrim has to fade away from that GCD light that we saw towards the end of his first stock, his spacing in the air is pretty solid.
Yeah, you know that's got to be a nice tool, especially if you're a Lance player. But looks like once again he wants to play this axe against Marker.
Again, it's just you just shouldn't attack first. If you're Saphir right now, I think you need to get over probably to Lance, and you just need to focus on those whiff punishes, because Marker's doing such a better job of punishing the whiff moves from Saphir.
I really feel like Saphir he's trying to play the guessing game of, are you going to jump on this approach or are you going to stay grounded on this approach? And every time he's gotten it wrong, Marker gets more and more damage built up.
Yeah. He has started to throw his weapon, though, to sort of find his way in. It was just a few times, but that was something he wasn't doing on first and second stock that he's starting to do at least a little bit on final stock. There's the D-Sig, but Marker was right above it. Does get a small punish off of that. Still has a little bit of the damage lead here. You saw him sweat beating for just a second. There's another weapon toss coming in. He was hoping that Marker was going to push onto him because he's using gauntlets, has that lower range. There's the D-Light into the recovery. Marker takes the game.
That was really clean from Marker as well. The GC downlight just outside of Saphir's hitbox, and then coming in chase dodge recovery right afterwards. He was ready for that.
We'll see. Saphir has not locked in legend. Okay, I didn't know if there was maybe a thought on swapping over to another legend, maybe another Lance legend, but of course he's going to lock in with this level 100 Ulgrim. Definitely the highest leveled legend that we have seen anybody play during our block. Of course, the highest leveled legend that you really can have, at least as it is displayed in the Brawlhalla video.
Yeah, I mean, Saphir, I think when you hit level 100 with a character, generally that's going to be the character you play for eternity.
3, 2, 1.
Let's see if Saphir can lean on that Lance maybe a little bit more this game.
Yeah, it's so interesting because he started off so strong with the lance and then was like, I'm gonna only play Axe in this matchup. Here we go, starting off with Axe this time. Gets a nice backswing on that recovery, good dare. But he fast falls down for that second dare, and now Marker's above him. Weapon toss up, Saphir can't get the Dutch. Gravity cancel, down sig from Marker to guarantee the KO.
This is looking tough, and especially based on the way Marker was playing neutral against Saphir last game, he is going to be able to grab that lance. Now he has it on a fresh stock as well, so it's not like he grabbed it towards the end of last stock, and the next weapon that he would pick up early in his stock would be an axe, so hopefully he can find his way back into this one. But based on last game, man, I don't know, Marker's playing really well, especially with that huge opening. He's only about, not even really halfway through this stock just yet, maybe because we're on a smaller map. Okay, there's the side light into the side air.
Side sig thrown out. Marker with the punish. Down like ground pound, optimum unarmed damage. Oh, misses the ground pound that time.
Ooh! Barely grabs that with the top side of that side air. Gonna have his choice. Perfect timing for that weapon spawn if you're Saphir or a Saphir fan out there. So he can pick up that lance right away before Marker was on the stage.
Trying to get that dodge out from Marker.
Man, he's really not able to get those turnaround nairs. He was using that a lot earlier, I believe, against Sima, if I remember correctly. He was trying to get those reverse nairs like you used to be able to get back in the day, where you would hit with like the final frames of it on a grounded opponent. Like West was really the first one who started doing that and showing everybody how strong that was. But you're just really not able to do that anymore, and it seems like that was a tool that Saphir could be using in his kit right now.
Yeah, it is rough because it's a tool that he's definitely like, he's really trying to use it, and Marker's just been able to dodge it and punish it. Neutral light, not going to quite KO just yet, neither will the weapon toss.
You're doing a great job of staying in this one, though. He is at the damage deficit. Almost picked up the bottom side of that, but close enough to the edge with all of the damage that was built up. Marker's going to take that second stock, still holding on to this lead, swaps back over. Great punish there. He knew he was able to get away with it with movement raw, so he could do that dodge late and still pick up the inline.
Yeah, that was really well done from Marker. Recognize, you know what, he's deep red. Saphir's going to try to iframe KO him, but Saphir does still manage to get that stock, and he's going to be sticking with the axe for the final stocks here.
Marker, the weapon disadvantage, able to pick up the axe very quickly. The juggle game coming in, neutral air into the GCD light. They're trading axe blows back and forth.
Yo, the wake up. Doesn't get the follow up there.
The axe for Saphir starting to level up a bit. They're going 1 for 1, really. Which isn't something you could say before.
Two-piece again coming out from Saphir. Like you said, he's starting to find more connections. He's getting those hits that he needs. Whiffs, but this time it's Marker who whiffs in return, and Saphir's able to punish.
Oh! Caught him going over the turnaround, the 45-degree angle with the recovery. Saphir is going to take that one. The axe is looking better. The lance is looking solid. We could see the turnaround here from Saphir.
Yeah, Saphir. The fact that his axe has now come to the party means that Saphir gets to be comfortable. He gets to be in this little corner with his friends that he knows so well, and he doesn't have to mingle with any awkwardness. Instead, he's got his axe, he's coming to play with it, and then of course the lance has been at the party. They came together, so they know what to do.
It's interesting, we haven't really seen Marker throw his axe very much either, and Saphir, I pointed it out a couple times, and then he kind of stepped back from doing that altogether. So neither of these players are really weapon tossers. I don't know if they're just afraid of losing their weapon. That certainly keeps me from throwing my weapon away, as I'm just so afraid of being without the weapon that I would rather get punished on my landing than be stuck on home.
I think part of it is just like a recognition of how the other is playing, because both of them really like to dash land a lot, so you're seeing them kind of be in the air like 70% of the time, and that's really hard to catch someone with a weapon toss. Although with Saphir, he's got lance, which is a really good weapon to throw every now and then, but still, it's not as easy as someone who's like sitting on the other side waiting for you to dash approach.
Gets the dodge through that one, goes for the big ground pound. Ooh, I thought Marker was going to like wait there for a GCD light into the ground pound, but no, he was being careful. I think he was giving respect to Saphir over on the edge. Still also giving respect here, playing back a little bit so that Saphir couldn't like pop up around the corner and throw a side air and have enough range to hit Marker, but he was still close enough in case he wanted to punish. There's the D-Sig right on that edge in case Saphir came over.
Yeah, Marker giving a lot more respect to Saphir, just saying, I'm going to go for the safe options, and The down sig gonna connect. Just that final hitbox, that final glove from Marker catching Saphir.
And that one was a little bit different than the D-Sig he did before. The first one was a little bit closer to the middle of the stage, so those fists kind of landed essentially like on the stage, and that time he did it, they were just over the corner. So if Saphir saw the first one and was like, ah ha ha, I know what I can do to punish this time, I know the timing, he was, of course, sorely mistaken.
Nice weapon toss. Marker, though, still managing to hold on to the stock. Two-piece doesn't go for a follow-up, and Saphir fastballs down with the axe in hand to hit that down sig.
Grabs the 45-degree angle on it that time. That time Marker wasn't able to sit like right above his head in that sort of safe zone while all the hitboxes are going off around you. Now Marker's going to have to use these gauntlets, which we haven't seen too much of so far.
Okay, caught the dodge over. Nice side air. Marker, though, gets turned around on, but the recovery still gets him up.
The axe recovery that he did back towards the stage is really dangerous. You could hit with like the bottom side of it and grab a spike, but also that's perfect jump side air territory. Like it's so inviting for Marker to hit the jump side air, which he did, and then also gets the stock, throws the victorious D-Sig on the stage because he's only about halfway through the second stock. Has a nice lead here unless Saphir is able to find something over on the edge. Marker kind of falling down, gave Saphir room to move back in and engage on the edge after that ground pound hit the main stage.
Yeah, that was just like the tiniest gap that Marker gave Saphir, and Saphir took full advantage, almost going to finish off the stock of Marker, and that side air will do it. That brought Saphir back into this, just that slight moment of Marker falling a little too far.
And that's how scary Axe is, because he didn't even really secure that edge guard. Nothing huge came out of that edge guard, but once they got back to the stage, you know, Marker threw out a couple hits, but all it took was that like fadeaway side air from Saphir from the middle of the stage here on Small World's End, and he was able to even this one back up. That's why him having a stronger Axe here is really important. That's why where that Axe was lacking before, it's really good that he's leveling up here, but these gauntlets, we didn't see too much of it before. Marker's starting to put out, okay.
You can still touch the Nair, turns it around. Saphir waiting out for a little bit. Can't chase dodge back onto the stage, but that's a punish opportunity. Missed.
They're both like basically final hit here.
Sair from Saphir, not quite enough. Marker, he wants that weapon pickup. The axe is right there for him. Axe versus axe. Who's going to hit the side air first? Throws it away. What does he want?
That's it.
Wow!
Neutralite.
Player one.
I didn't
wins.
catch the in-game timer, but that game, especially the end, really felt long. All of a sudden, the player mindset changed towards the end. Once they were so even, once they were both essentially last hit, and when they both had axes in their hands, things were starting to get very tense.
Yeah, you could kind of feel it in the way that they were playing. Just they were a lot less willing to throw out attacks, and they were being a lot more choosy with the movement options that they went for, which is one of the reasons why, like, even in that clip, you saw Saphir was able to get that weapon toss, because you saw Marker was going back to kind of that classic, I'm going to sit on this corner a little bit further away from you and make you do something so I have more time to react. And Saphir's like, okay, I know how to play against that, and took advantage. Now we're getting into game number 4. Saphir looking pretty solid right now.
Definitely. And you see it reflected in the numbers. Is early on we were like, okay, the axe not working. The lance is the thing you need to be relying on, but the axe started to level up. And if you look at the numbers from last game, it was like 230 damage on the axe to 251 damage on the lance. So he's splitting it kind of right down the middle. He also found several KOs with the axe, so he's able to do damage with it. He's able to secure KOs. He's able to box with it, play neutral with it, play it on the edge as well. So it has seemingly in like one game leveled up to be as competent as his lance, which of course we already know is pretty strong.
Here we go into game number 4. Now it's on Marker to start making those adjustments. We saw him start to play a little bit more gauntlets, but I don't know if that was necessarily the right decision, because the axe has been kind of the big thing for Marker.
Of course, going back to Small World's End, so we're just going to keep running it back on this stage. Try to go for the cheeky early D-Sig. I was about to call him, yeah, his name is Saphir. I don't know, I keep struggling with Saphir's name.
Is it the SAP?
No.
Okay. Is it the HIC?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I'm having trouble with it later, because you were on the right track.
Downlight ground pound from Saphir, and another one to get the KO, and that's Marker. Last 2 stocks potentially if Saphir keeps running this game.
Marker coming back in with the gauntlets, sidelight into the recovery. Cleans that stock up, of course, instantly goes back over to the axe. Even though most of the damage was done last game on his gauntlets, he still is sticking with that axe. And you and I both certainly agree with that decision, which is why Marker's making it. It's the smart decision.
Yo, especially right here against the Lance down sig, and Marker is going to get the lead.
Dude, that was a yellow KO. The recovery didn't even come out. That was so fast.
You cannot give him those moments. He's already shown he knows how to do that. Hit that. Gravity cancel down sig in the offstage. He did it to Saphir, and I think game number 2. And of course, he's doing it here in game number 4.
Ooh, he went for the, was that a grounded D-light that he didn't follow, or grounded down air? They didn't follow the D-light.
Yeah, but there's a side sig.
Back over to the Lance, and it's not going to be quite as easy for Marker to clean up this Lance as it was on the first stock, because he's not very red, so it's going to take more than a D-light recovery here from the gauntlets, but of course he has the axe in hand, so we could go for an edge guard again that we saw in the second stock. Ooh, Marker! They're both just dancing around. Neither player wants to throw out a move.
Yeah, this is the dodge circles 2.0 right now. Oh,
both of them are on last stock.
Really gonna sit on the wall?
They're both so even. I think they're both giving each other a lot of respect.
Oh, we missed the Sair. Saphir is currently unarmed, stuck on the left side here. Marker waiting for Saphir to get a little bit closer, but it's going to be the side air to force the game number 5. I like the restraint from Marker. He's been showing he goes for those down sigs on the corner. That time he's like, you know what? I'm going to play it smart. I'm going to just wait for the side air.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good moments that happened that game. Of course, we're seeing some more level up of the axe coming out from Saphir, this time still actually doing more damage that game with the axe compared to his lance. But then on the side of Marker, we also saw his ability with that edge guard to take away that stock almost instantly in yellow with the axe on the edge. But also right after that, Saphir brought it back very quickly, even though Marker started Saphir's final stock in the yellow. So it's going back and forth. It's just a tug of war between these two players.
Yeah, the real
3,
hard thing
2,
here for
1,
Marker
brawl.
is you cannot rely on those offstage KOs. They're really nice when you can get them, but sometimes Saphir has to give you the opportunity to get them. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
Nice
Because
dare.
his desire to push that hard without a weapon meant that even though he threw out like maybe 5 or 6 hits, Saphir only had to throw out like 2 or 3, and then they're even in damage, and now it's kept going, and Marker is behind.
Dodges into that down light, but Saphir not able to get a punish after it. Another dodge in coming out from Marker. Ground pound not going to connect. Saphir sees the opportunity.
GC
One
instinct?
more hit.
Okay.
Oh.
I thought the regular dodge itself might not have enough movement to get over to the wall in time, so I was expecting the classic GC insig out of desperation, like a lot of Rayman players will use when they know the dodge won't get them over there on its own.
Yeah, and I was really hoping or expecting Saphir to go in for like a ground pound, GC downlight from the outside, and just try to finish off that stock. He still manages to clean it up though, so maintains this lead. Where's the down sig? Doesn't need it yet. Ground pound misses, but gets away, make sure not to let Saphir get that chase dodge.
Nice cleanup over on the edge. He was also very careful, but not too cautious, I guess, against that weapon toss that was out there. He did exactly what he needed to do to get away from it. I think it was too close for it to hit on the initial up toss, but then he was able to get around it so he didn't have to waste a dodge or anything, so he could still get safely back. But we're seeing him go to blows over on the edge. They're both trading like 1 for 1.
Side air. Looks like the trades are just a little bit more in Marker's favor, keeping Saphir to the outside, but the ground pound catches the recovery, and Marker's gonna fall.
Dude, Axe ground pound is just...
It's bad.
As someone who is not an Axe player, is so frustrating to just get hit by the just luckiest hit. When they're a lot of times they'll just be like going back to the stage. They'll be like, I'm not even trying to hit you. I'm just using my move that has movement in it. And then it's like the back side of it spikes you down. That's just not fair. I'm going on record.
Okay. We need that statement notarized. Is what
Yes.
we need. Marker able to pick up the weapon. He needs to clean up this stock. He's taken way too much damage here on this final stock. He might fall here, and Saphir could be closing out game number 5. Recovery's still not going to do it.
Ooh. And that's going to be it. Didn't even need the weapon toss to bonk him on the head. Marker. He's staring down the barrel of a fresh stock from Saphir while he is very much in the red. Keeping him without a weapon is very important. He's not able to do it for very long. Damage is starting to come out, but you see the juggle opportunities that come out with those neutral airs. It sends him up so high, which gives Saphir so much time to get down to the main platform or the soft platform and reset his jumps, come back up, attempt for more juggle opportunities, at least for Marker. When he's over on the right side, he does have that soft platform. Ooh. But the D-Light is going to take him off the top, and in Game 5, Saphir, who looked like he was going to struggle if we were looking at Game 1, comes back and secures it in the end with what of all things, Duke? Of course, it's an axe. The thing that he struggled with in the beginning. Chekhov's axe came off the wall, here came the D-Light, and there's the set.
Really well played from Saphir. Knew that the axe was going to be a critical tool if you wanted to play out the entire set, so he took the L in game number 1 to warm up his axe for the long road ahead of him, and he ends up winning it out over Marker. Saphir going to continue on. He's going to be going up against Machete, but before that, I think we're taking a little break.
We're going to be taking a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the rest of Bearded Brawls, DarkHeart's Desire here on twitch.tv/slowmo. What's the
slow motion _BH?
Slow motion _BH. Can I get a
Nodders? Nodders in chat?
Twitch.tv/slow motion _BH. You're here. Or wait, slow motion, are you streaming on any other platforms? I know you do that from time to time. Is that today? Okay, not today. We're just on twitch.tv/slow motion _BH. We'll see you in just a few moments.
Make sure you get that Relentless Pest Reno skin when it comes with Battle Pass 9 Apocalypse coming in a little bit. You can follow all of that over at brawlhalla.com/battle pass. But now you're following the action here for Bearded Brawls, and then other words are after that. Sparky, what is it?
It's DarkHeart's Desire.
DarkHeart's Desire. What does the Dark Heart want?
Probably a better and brighter future for bald people everywhere.
Oh, well, that's what everyone wants, right?
Not the people I talk to. Not some of the people that might be in this Discord call right now.
Hey, those are meant for DMs, okay?
It's all right. I'll get you canceled live on the broadcast one of these days. I'll get you. I'll catch you.
If anyone's gonna get me canceled, we all know it's gonna be you or me, or we'll both get canceled.
Yeah, it will be both of us at the same time. It'll be mutually assured destruction for sure. But we're here, and you know that Machete and Saphir do not want mutually assured destruction. One of them wants to destroy the other one. We'll see who it is. Both of these players, of course, coming from the Brawlhalla French community, which I talk about all the time. I love the French Brawlhalla community because it is also its own little enclave within the greater EU Brawlhalla community, which is its own enclave in the greater Brawlhalla international community. So it's this like wonderful group of French players who have their own tournaments and bolster themselves as a region. Like, it gives me vibes almost like South America, where like they're grinding, they have their own tournaments, they're going on all the time. So I love the effort from those communities, just like I love the effort from, you know, people like I don't know, Slow Motion and all the folks over here at Bearded Brawls. So maybe while you're sitting there in chat, maybe figure out if you have, I don't know, Twitch Prime, and if you do, maybe check to see if it's run out, because you're just throwing money down the toilet. Everyone always says Jeff Bezos, because he's bald and he's the target. But guess what? Andy Jassy is the current CEO of Amazon. Steal his money. Take his money by putting your Twitch Primes here so you don't miss a moment of the action when those pesky ads come into play here. So make sure to check right now to see if you have a Twitch Prime that you can put here on twitch.tv/slowmotion_BH.
Yeah, you can click that subscribe button and then use your free Prime. And also, like Sparky likes to point out, if you don't use it, you just lose it. You don't get rollover minutes on not priming. So make sure you use those primes. It doesn't have to be Slow Motion, but of course, Slow Motion is doing a great job here.
It does.
So you should use it on Slow Motion.
It has to be Slow Motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm holding you at blaster point. But we're going into it right now. Our elimination finals. Saphir versus Machete here. Of course, we're seeing that Linfei from Machete that we saw earlier. And of course, we're seeing the Ulgrim from Saphir that we saw earlier as well. You know, we kind of have a little bit of similar schools of thought with Cannon and Lance, you know, especially the side airs. They kind of have that motion in them that propels them forward and get them into danger, out of danger, anywhere around.
But right now we don't have that Cannon versus Lance matchup. Instead, it's Axe versus the Cannon of Machete. But Machete finding some really solid hits and a nice setup there with that weapon toss. One more hit. Dare.
Oh, that's
denies
it.
The wall touch.
Wow. Complete destruction coming out from Machete. And this is after he kind of got completely destroyed by Moonlit earlier. Destroyed so hard that he swapped off of the Linfei onto the Terra.
Nice patience from Machete this time, though. Saphir with that dodge down, and Machete catches him with that neutral light. No dodge comes out from Saphir, so Machete is not going to go for a follow-up.
Machete's ability with the higher movement speed that Linfei has, his ability to just push Saphir over to the edge, and then the second he whiffs an attack, because it's not a true option, you saw him just retreat over around the corner, so Saphir couldn't do anything. He did it over on the left side, over on the left wall, and then he did it right after that on the right side, over to the right wall. Didn't have to burn a dodge, didn't have to burn a jump, didn't have to burn anything. He was able to get over onto that corner and into safety.
But that time he whips the side sig, and Saphir gonna get a clean punish. Couldn't move out of the way of that one. Back over to Cannon, though. Doesn't get the neutral light on the landing. He's going to space out the neutral light from Saphir to hit his neutral light.
Juggling in the air. Of course, both of these legends kind of have weapons that are going to be good for those jugglers. Of course, those cannon nairs that we see bounce people into the sky time after time. And of course, axe nair that we see all the time. Of course, even axe D-light that you can sort of juggle with as they're coming in case the initial axe neutral air whips.
Good spot dodge from Machete, but he took a lot from Saphir's axe. The weapon toss beats out the N-Sig, and Saphir He ends up going for the recovery away from the stage, and I think that's what denied him that wall touch. If he went straight for the wall, could have touched, but I think he was afraid Machete was going to just edge guard him.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where, like, every other time we saw him move for, like, a fadeaway or go away from the stage on his way back to recover the stage, it was fantastic. Every other time, it was the right move, and I think that time it just didn't happen to be. But, of course, going back to the stage instantly also may not have been the right move either, because he could have been taken out instantly by Machete, GCD light into the ground pound, or maybe just a raw ground pound, or a number of things that Machete could have thrown out over the edge. He's still heavily in the lead as he's chasing Saphir off the edge. Completely disengages from that. Doesn't try to go for the string.
Saw the stars come out. Saphir's going to push it, and he gets it. He takes out Machete. Both of them were off screen,
Yeah.
and honestly, that felt like a 50-50. That could have gone either way.
It straight up was. That could have gone wrong for him very, very quickly. But gotta respect the Hail Mary, man. That was cool.
Yeah, if that's a way to steal a game, that's exactly what he got, and that's going to give him game number 1.
And that's after Machete's Lin Fei was like putting the pressure on him the entire time, always bringing the fight to Saphir the entire time. Then all of a sudden, right there at the end, Saphir changed everything. It was like, oh no, sir, I'm in control now. Here's my weapon toss down. I'm not just going to do that and disengage, because right before that, he did the sidelight into the down air and completely disengaged. No more edge guard whatsoever. But then towards the end, he was like, no, I'm waiting. This is my moment. Here's the weapon toss. You're going to think I'm going to back off, so maybe your dodge comes out, maybe something else comes out. I'm going to come in with the down air, push you under the stage, and keep it going.
Really well done from Saphir. Saw the opportunity
3,
and
2,
completely took it.
1,
We're going
brawl.
into game number 2. It's over to Miami Dome instead of Small World's End.
First weapon going towards Machete. The second spawn came in, and you saw him go over, sit right on top of it, camping that weapon spawn. But Saphir, of course, because it's on that soft platform, he can kind of go over to it from below, and with that extended weapon pickup range, grab it without putting himself in any danger. And he's just going to take that off the top, Duke. I hate this weapon, dude. I hate this weapon.
I hate it for you.
Explain yourself. Explain yourself right now. Defend it. No, go ahead. Defend
No,
it.
it's Lin Fei's got low defense, and you know, Saphir actually coming in with a little bit of strength on the Olgrim. And they were off the soft platform on the top. Yeah.
I mean, you tried your best.
Hey,
All the Axe players out there are like, hey, he's speaking facts right now, man.
yeah.
Oh, he's about
True.
to do it again.
+2,
He's about
+2.
to do it again.
Dunsig. He really wants these axe recoveries to connect onto Machete. He saw the power of it on that first stock. Good down avoidance from Saphir, and he gets the punish because Machete locks himself in place with that GCN save.
Saphir now up a 2-stock lead here. In comes the cannon. I don't expect him to hold on to the stock too much longer, because one more nair should do it. Even a neutral light over on the edge, especially one that doesn't bounce off the middle of the stage like that one, should be able to do it as well. A down air should be able to do it. He's just going to go for a side sig over the edge. That's a little bit of a bold move there from Machete.
Definitely a little bit greedy there, but the neutral light, like you said, over the edge will get that KO. Now, how does Machete bring this back? If you can go for a perfect stock or even just like 50 damage, he'll be okay.
I think like his best chance is probably just an extended cannon string. The ones he was doing earlier in game 1 before it started to slip away from him. But yeah, he needs to get those whiff punishes. Especially over space, what Saphir has, go for those whiff punishes. And just move by move, because you're doing good damage per move.
He did catch that dodge up with the side air, but unfortunately just could not get that recovery follow-up. He is starting to find some more hits on the Saphir. Neutral light gonna whiff there. Oh, the down sig, not quite enough. Recovery, and Machete brings it back.
Saphir coming in, using all of his iframes, even going over to the soft platform. Picking up the axe, there's the neutral light. Has Machete in the yellow. Dude, he's hitting so many axe recoveries this game.
Really just trying to push advantage onto Machete. Machete now with the cannon in hand again. Tries to get that cross up, but doesn't see the opportunity as Saphir dodges up. Uh-oh. Axe recoveries, baby.
That's one of the, like, that's the axe recovery I'm talking about. That's so frustrating. As you're moving back to the stage, at least that time it didn't spike Machete. It hit him on the top, but there's the D-Sig, and Saphir takes that one in yellow on his final stock, and he didn't need hardly any damage whatsoever. 482 across the 3 stocks. We're going to do a little bit of math here. 482 divided by 3, Duke. That is 160 and 2/3 damage. You turn red at exactly 150. That is usually like the earliest that someone will be KOing, or that you can count on a KO, and you usually have to hit a signature to do that. And it kind of has to be in the right place. Not necessarily perfect, but usually in the right place. The fact that he is averaging 160 damage per stock against this Lin Fei, even though she's 4 defense, is stellar.
Yeah. So Optimum coming out from Saphir. We're now, of course, seeing a swap from Machete. He does not like the Lin Fei into the axe. He really likes Greatsword into the axe. We saw him go to Arcadia in his earlier matchup against Munir, when Munir swapped over to the Terrace. Now he's going over to the Jae-Yun against Saphir's axe.
Okay, so in-game chat, Machete just said, everybody playing the best weapon. And then the next message came out that says, now I have to. And then the next message came out that said, in parentheses,
3,
axe.
2, 1, Brawls.
I don't. Yeah, that's. So I'm a little bit confused. Machete is a very good player, and I know
Machete has an Olgun.
Like, he's aware of the weapons that Jae-Yun has. I don't know if he means like, oh, the other best weapon is the Greatsword, or if he's like, the thing to counter axe is not the best weapon in the game, axe, but the actual true counter is the Greatsword. As Saphir's like almost taking him out, but Machete has the sword over on the edge.
Almost got that, but Saphir with that up toss really stops that momentum of Machete, but Machete did get some good damage there, as Saphir was starting to find a lot of hits with his lance.
I'm surprised that first inlight on the whiff. I guess Saphir was able to jump and get away from it in time. Ooh, that's going to be the KO. Pick that one up over on the edge. Saphir feeling good about this one. You see those dodges and jumps back and forth.
Through the spot dodge from Machete. Thought Saphir was going to immediately swing on him. 2-piece, 3-piece, gets the dare into a downlight as well. Machete getting so many hits.
Gosh.
Taken to the face.
That is so scary for Machete. This deep as he's down 0-2. Full stock lead here for Saphir.
Oh, what a call out. Just goes in with the N-Sig to punish the side sig from Machete.
And he hasn't used that Insig in a minute. It was one of the games, it was like one of the last two sets ago that we saw Saphir play, where he was like being real cheeky with the Insig sometimes. He wasn't really finding connections, but his spacing on it was like almost perfect, but he wasn't getting punished. It was just kind of a threat that he was throwing out that his opponent always had to worry about. And I think he just like stopped doing it for a really long time. It's mostly been decent here for the past several games on the axe that we've seen from him. Occasionally the side sig on a whiff punish. But other than that, it's mostly been the axe D-Sig. All of a sudden, it comes out here and almost got him the KO. If he was a little bit more to the right when he picked it up, it wouldn't have bounced off the stage and it would have been a KO.
You know, I see Machete, again, he made the decision to swap over to the Greatsword, but he's not doing things that I think Greatsword mains do. Nice read there. Does get that dash into the end light for the 3-piece. Ground pound not going to quite KO. He's going over to the sword to try to KO here, but not quite enough damage onto Saphir.
Toss is coming out just to kind of mess with the momentum and flow that Machete has. Saphir coming into war, needing one more hit. Got the weak hit on that, unfortunately, so he didn't get the big dump of force that would have taken Machete off the top. The GC down heavy, all of the active frames. Saphir, he has the movement to get over, and Machete just wanting to be careful. Doesn't want to go for the edge guard, goes for the GC D-Light, which of course when you GC gets the closer, which has the more force on it.
Downlight side air. Machete will get that stock. It is final stocks here, potentially tournament stock here for Machete, and he is deep red.
Machete like needs to play the greatest greatsword of all time and just like take his opponent from the right side to the left side to the right side to the left side very quickly, or he's done. And he's done.
The neutral light from Saphir will close it out. Machete not able to play the greatest weapon in his own words. And instead, going to be going down into third place. Saphir now going to go up against Munir.
This is huge. Like this is big for Saphir. I mean, it also would have been big for Machete because if I look at like Machete's PR right now, he's PR 11. It still would have been big, of course, because this is like, Duke, the esports season starts in a week. So this is like the last tournament before the esports season starts. This is part of your preview for what we will see the rest of, or for all of the 2024 Brawlhalla esports season. We have Saphir coming in a big mode. What's his PR? Was he in the 30s?
30s something?
Yeah, he was 31. He was 31, yeah. Marker was 34. So he's coming in here, PR 30, taking out Machete, who's PR 11, now going up against Munir in the grand finals here at Bearded Brawl's DarkHeart's Desire. I tell you what, his DarkHeart's Desire is to win this tournament, knock out Munir, show him that his axe is better than Munir's, and show him that, you know, Saphir is the man in Kingdom. Maybe get the revenge for Munir taking Saphir out of the Kingdom in-house tournament.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, of course, we did talk about how Munir did win the Kingdom in-house. Both of them are in Kingdom. Do you know if they fought in the Kingdom?
I have no idea. I don't know where to find the bracket. I don't know. Here, I'm just gonna...
You got to be in Kingdom. You got to know the guys. Oh, hang. All right.
Since it's a nightmare to get to their Twitter because the search algorithm is just words that I can't say right now. Public broadcast.
Actually, no. Slow Motion said I can curse, right, Slow Mo?
I'm not gonna ask him that. Like I'm just gonna be a professional adult and
Slow Mo?
I don't think he's in here.
I know.
Where is? I'm seeing the announcements of Phazon.
Heck yeah.
It's not their Take the Throne launch tournament. Oh, here it is. Nope, that's the. All right, let me go to their Twitch and see if they still have exclamation point bracket.
Okay. In the meanwhile, I'll tell you what's going on in the game lobby. Munir and Saphir did lock in for a hot set, but Munir's really trying to spread propaganda and tell Saphir to swap over to Taros. He's like, Saphir, play Taros. You do better with Taros, and then you play Olgrim. I don't get it. Just play the Taros. So that's what Munir's trying to do. But is that good intentions for Munir, or is it just like a little bit of manipulation because he's trying to put his opponent off their game?
We're seeing the cross staring at his watch come out from Munir, so he wants to move on. He's ready to go with this.
He's like, I need my paycheck.
I do have some information for you now. I found it. I went to their Twitch, and they do still have the exclamation point bracket command. So the winner, of course, was Munir. He fought against Rain. That is R-A-1-N, player I've never heard of before.
Okay.
Saphir got 4th place, losing to Lil Mev's Val in a Game 5 situation. Saphir took out Bokonko for losers round 1 of top 8, and then took out Delta for the quarterfinals of top 8 as well, before running into Lil Mev and ultimately ending his run there.
Okay. Solid run on both sides, but we're now getting into it, the grand finals of this Bearded Brawl tournament. And of course, they're going to Small World's End. I guess that's the new hotness. That's the pit.
I mean, you know, like a lot of people would just sit on Small Brawlhaven. Even when they were high strength legends, low strength legends, low defense legends, high defense legends. So, I mean, this is somewhat of that, but of course you can't go under the stage here.
Yeah. This is like, it pretty much, whenever the map pool changes, people just want like no platforms and relatively close KO box. Not like Demon Island was kind of popular for a hot minute, but if you can get closer KO box, you're generally going to go to it.
They're swinging.
Good old axe mirror over to the hammer for the side sig. Gonna get the first KO. Saphir coming in for the second stop.
Man, that hammer side sig, what a signature that is. That is such a strong signature. That's so gay.
But he still has the movement, and Munir could not clutch out the stock.
With Lil Jon mode there for a little second. Oh, nice dodge there coming out from Saphir to get away from that ground pound. That certainly would have spelled his doom and would have put him on final stocks, or would at least set up for the edge guard that Munir certainly would have came out victorious in. He was just huge. Munir was just standing on the ground throwing out moves, and Saphir was jumping around trying to get away from it and then whip punishing. That's so important. That's what worked for him before.
I'm busy wondering how many people in chat even know who Little John is besides like slow motion.
What do you mean?
Dude, it's 2024. Come on. When's the last time Lil Jon did anything?
Like people know who Lil Jon is.
No.
He wasn't making hits in the 1970s, dude.
Another
I'll tell you what,
KO goes in
Munir's
favor of
making-
Munir.
Munir's making hits in 2024 with potential 2 tournament wins back to back.
Would be nice. Neutralite comes out. Weapon toss to keep that pressure going. Oh, plus the fear with the side airs. And the weapon toss connects.
Oh, man. Brutal weapon toss coming out from Saphir here. He's making Munir look much less strong than I would have expected Munir to look in this, given what we already saw from Munir against Machete. That put him, of course, into the grand final. Yo!
GC sidelight, chase dodge, turnaround side air from Saphir. He's got moves.
That's Bokonko version 2. That's the D-Light into the GC side heavy version 2 accident. Oh.
Does Munir know he has a hammer?
Yeah, he does. He's going to pick it up, and then he'll do the side sig problem. Ooh, there's the D-Sig.
Down sig.
Player 2 wins.
Saphir gonna take game number 1. Munir has so many moments where he looks really, really solid, and then just it falls apart. Like the first stock from Munir was so clean, but then like honestly, it just felt like Munir's hammer was really struggling at the end there. The thing that made me question his hammer was he did downlight neutralite, which A, isn't true anymore, and B, definitely doesn't work on somebody who's in orange to red.
I'm trying to think. Maybe he flubbed the jump. It was I don't remember exactly where the placement of Saphir was, because like, you know, a lot of, specifically Kaina, but like South American players will do stomp nair as like their main thing over the stomp side air. So maybe he whiffed the jump. Oh my dude. What's going on?
That was all intentional too. You want to mauled about Axe recovery, but Saphir aimed that one.
Well, yeah, it's just also a good move. Like, I'm not saying they will only get it because they're lucky. It's just also a good move.
The Axe players roll nat 20s on recoveries all the time. Okay, weapon tosses. Munir.
He found his hammer.
Starting to find some hits.
He found his hammer.
Side air. One more.
Oh, that was
recovery.
Dude, that was kind of disgusting.
Yeah.
I keep looking over at my cat. He's walking around on the ground looking a little weird. I feel like he's going to spit up from how disgusting we just saw that.
Yeah, gonna have to let that one dry and clean it up later. Neutralite's coming out from Munir. Goes for the ground pound there, but Saphir with a well-timed Neutralite did get the wall touch, but Taro stuff.
That was so sick. The dare after that was amazing.
That was a great reaction because that was a dropped gravity cancel end sig from Munir. Like, it didn't have the big damage or the force dump, but he ended up following afterwards with that down air to guarantee it.
And the fact that he did it so quickly, instead of being like, I'm going to let the intrusive Taros thoughts take over, and I'm going to go back over to the wall, and I'm just going to go for the GC Insig again, because that's what I do as a Taros player. No, he didn't give Saphir any of that time. He was like, it's going to drop, I'm going to keep going, I'm going to secure this here. Here's the down air, I'm going to do it with a reasonably safe move of that down air, and I'm going to make the connection.
Oh, goes for the gravity cancel down light, but didn't quite have the jump. Stomp side air, and Munir gonna get himself on the board.
Taking that game, looking much stronger there. Not necessarily like he dominated Saphir whatsoever, because he was still in the orange on his final stock, but definitely we saw a pivotal moment, sort of an inflection point in the graph where all of a sudden it starts being concave up once he picked that hammer up and realized, oh yeah, Duke's right. I do have a hammer.
Yeah. Remember, everything the light touches will one day be yours. Wait, that's not what he says after.
He said
that.
remember after he had already passed away in the stars.
And he's a cloud, and he goes, remember who you are.
Is he a cloud?
And then the song comes in, and then Michael J. Fox runs across the Sahara.
Is he the voice?
I don't think so. He might be though.
No, actually, you're just talking about the guy. Like he's hauling, brother, barefoot, just hauling across the Sahara. Also, they're not in the. You're thinking that's the Savannah.
Savannah, Sahara.
Sahara's
Let's start with S. Matthew Broderick. That's who it is.
Ah.
All right, here we go. Game number 3. All right, Saphir Read wrong though. Munir went to the outside instead of back towards the center of the stage, so Saphir's secondary didn't hit.
Oh, that time he doesn't go for the recovery right after because the spot dodge happened for Munir the first time when he went for the neutral air into the recovery. So that time he waited, hoping he could get the spot dodge and then pressure after that. There, he finally found it. He's been wanting that all day, and he finally finds it, especially here in the grand finals against Munir.
Yeah, recognize that Munir is getting a little too cheeky there with the unarmed off stage. He was like, all right, you're gonna come out here, gravity cancel N-Sig to get that KO. Doesn't get the bounce high enough for the GC downlight.
Stomp side air. Setting up the edge guard, going in the classic hammer edge guard, hoping for that recovery to clean things up. Neutral signature, another big yoink there. The first one was Saphir's big yoink, and then the second one came from Munir, saying, you got one, I got one too. Both of them are game-changing SIGs that can take a stock away instantly.
Yeah, sometimes all it takes is one big yoink, and that is gone. Now we're going into the second stocks here, and once again, Saphir has a great damage lead over Munir.
Almost picked up that side air too.
Ooh.
This could be rough for Saphir.
Oh!
Respect for going for the GCD light into the side
Yeah.
air.
That's a really tricky spot to be in when you're Saphir, right? Because you don't know, are they going to be looking for the hammer recovery? The classic is going to go for the Sayer. But that time, he's like, I'm going to stay just in front of you, and GC downlight comes out a little bit faster.
Yeah. Because that's something Saphir was really good at doing earlier, was just like fading away. If the side air came out, he would have had time to fade away, using his, of course, high reaction time to fade away before then moving back over towards the stage. But no, that quick Z-Light came out, and Saphir just wasn't ready to use his higher movement speed in the air to get away from it.
Now we're here on to the final stocks, game number 3. Saphir burning that recovery a little bit early there, and he peeks over the corner as Munir KOs him with a big hammer side sig to the face.
Got the bottom side of that, peeking right over that corner, right as Saphir's hurt box peeked right above the corner. Here it is coming in. Just got a little bit too high. Boom. Got him right there. And, of course, Munir is now up 2-1 in this best of 5. One more victory here for Munir because he came into this set from the winner's side of the bracket. That's the winner's side blessing. He'll take it home. Otherwise, Saphir now swapping to the Roman Reigns, hoping he can show not only the mirror, but that he also has the crossover above Munir, that maybe this can be the winning formula to at least reset the bracket to give Saphir one more chance, one more set to come out on top here against Munir in Bearded Brawls DarkHeart's Desire.
Well, he did the smart thing of not saying, let me show you how to play your character.
That's true.
Nice scoop up. Saphir starting off really solid, but once again, you can't rest until Munir is done for, because Saphir started strong in game number 2 as well, or 3. Ooh, gonna whiff. Fast falling to avoid Munir, doesn't hit the scoop up. Munir just really playing around Saphir and just saying, I don't care that you have a hammer off stage.
His hammer's looking solid, though. Like, he's not getting punished. He's throwing out a fair bit of attacks. Of course, several of them, most of them are missing, but, like, he's not getting punished for him. Like, he's putting the fear of hammer into Munir, and this is, like, the first time we've really seen Saphir's hammer coming out of the gate.
Oh!
Never mind.
What a tragedy there. Saphir risked a decent amount with that GCN sig, but more so did not get that wall touch to reset his jumps and falls, and Munir's now like, okay, have you seen Axe down sig? One more time? Wait.
All right,
wait,
you probably need to stop doing that now. Because you're still only hitting him with that while he's in yellow, so okay, Saphir, come on, man.
Do that. Yeah,
Ooh.
Axe down sig. This is like the ultimate BM as a player, is just when you decide, I'm going to only use this one sig. It's such a satisfying BM, too.
We need to have a talk about this legend after this turn.
Yeah, you're gonna be like, why aren't you carrying more in R2's games? What's going on?
We're gonna have a little talk about this legend. Dude, I love that hammer though that Saphir's using, because it's not even a grapple hammer. You're actually just before in the loading screen, you just take a big lick on it so it gets sticky. And then you just stick it to your opponent and then use momentum to just throw them across the stage.
You missed the side air there. Saphir, can he get this? Stomp! Stomp! Munir back to the cheese. What a stomp side air from Saphir. All right, right. If Sphere wins this, we go to a game 5. Otherwise, Munir is going to be crowned the Bearded Brawl champion. He wants the hammer. He wants those double down lights.
Keep him off the weapon.
Oh! A little too damaged for the Nair. Saphir, you're burning a lot of movement there, sir.
Ooh! He got the turnaround dare to take off the top, and Munir's DarkHeart's desire to become the Bearded Brawls champion today comes through as he takes out Saphir.
Really well done for Munir. Just showing his prowess as a player. He's clearly not been sleeping during the offseason. Of course, like you said, winner of the Kingdom In-Houses and now winner of this Bearded Brawl tournament. Of course, there's going to be a bunch of people at home who are like, well, Godly was in here. Where's Akno? Where's blah, blah, blah. But hey, Munir's got that gold, and he's going to be looking like a real threat going into next weekend.
Dude, I don't even care about Godly anymore. I'm Andy throwing down Woody. I don't want to play with you anymore, and it's Lopez is Buzz Lightyear. I don't care about Godly anymore. I'm over Godly. We have evolved past the need for Godly. We're on a Lopez.
You switched regions too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Of course, absolutely. Munir did a
Canada,
great job.
We're
today,
talking about
though.
Munir. We're like in the toy aisle, and you're seeing like a bunch of Western at least things, and you're like, no, I want the soccer ball that's on the other aisle way down there. Like, what was that?
Bro, a soccer ball is a normal toy for everybody,
but I'm
by the
saying,
way.
But you went to the other,
Okay.
like you went like 3 aisles.
Well, you
down.
brought up Godly. What am I supposed to do?
Talk about the person who we just watched win.
Well, look who he was playing, man. Come on. No, I'm just kidding. Great job to Munir today. Fantastic work. He definitely, like, he was looking shaky just for a little bit against Saphir. Like, Saphir really showed us something today. Munir did a great job. Saphir did a great job. They both showed something in their own rights. Of course, Saphir kind of leveling up, showing that axe. And, of course, like, he had a solid Taros as well. He got beaten in the long run, but he had a solid Taros as well. His axe leveled up. And then on the side of Munir, he won the Kingdom In-House. And now he won Bearded Brawl's DarkHeart's Desire. This is looking like a good year for Munir.
Yeah, things looking real good for Munir for Esports 2024. I don't think there's too much left to say for our Bearded Brawls, but Slow Motion is in our ears right now. Is there anything else that we gotta say? Use your primes. Check out the Reno thing. Make sure you give views to Slow Motion's reveals on all the socials.
Make sure to go to brawlhalla.com/battle pass to see the kinetic novel.
He has a request. Okay. He's talking to the DJ right now. Can I wait? You're this way. I'm a pat this way. Are we doing a high five?
Yeah, I do. Good job. Good job. You guys at home might not know it, but we're not in the same room.
Whoa.
You would never be able to guess by the flawless production that came through here. Twitch.tv/slowmotion_BH here. For Bearded Brawls, thank you so much. Everybody involved behind the scenes who helped put this on. Everybody out there, you. Yes, that means you at home who enjoyed watching this tournament, who enjoy watching Brawlhalla Esports. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Thank you so much, of course, to all of the players who played in this tournament. Congratulations to Munir for taking the gold medal home today. Duke, anything else you have?
Once again, a friendly reminder to use your primes and also check out all that good action that has been revealed. Or yeah, you know what? Do
use
that
your
too.
credit card.
Yeah, you know what? Gift like 50 subs right now. Bet.
Imagine. Everybody would be like, "Wow, the person that gifted 50 subs is so cool."
What a
I
cool
like that
person.
person.
I bet you they're really smart and strong and financially stable
and buff and cool
and epic.
All right, y'all, we're going to head on out. We're going to give you the rest of your Sunday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure to hit that follow button and that subscribe button here at twitch.tv/slowmotion_BH. We will see you at the next Bearded Brawl.